Good evening, everyone. Um, Thank you for joining us for our closed session. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then we will welcome public comment on the items listed for closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you. Good evening. This is City Attorney Jennifer Logue. There are two items on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with labor negotiators regarding labor negotiations with Service Employee International Union, Local 521, the Eagles Association, the Police Officer Association, the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1965, unrepresented fire managers, unrepresented police managers, unrepresented department heads, and unrepresented confidential employees pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are Assistant City Manager Arn Andrews, Human Resources Director Maxine Gullo, Human Resources Manager Lindsay Bishop, and Charles Sakai of Sloan Sakai Young and Wong LLP. Item 2.2 is a meeting regarding public employee performance evaluations pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957 for City Council appointees, City Attorney, City Clerk, and City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, would anyone member of the public joining us either virtually or in person like to provide a comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raised hand button on Zoom or submit a speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first, but there don't appear to be any. So are there any Zoom? And there are no virtual speakers. So with that, we will adjourn to the Plaza Conference Room and return to the chambers at the close to continue with the regular meeting. Thanks very much. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Mountain View City Council of April 23rd, 2024 to order. Will you please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Councilmember Ramos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Matichek.
Here.
Mayor Showalter.
Here.
You have a quorum with Councilmember Kamei absent.
Thank you. Recently, the city has been subjected to disruptive racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. The Council welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the Council has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise, pursuant to the Code of Conduct and the Government Code, will be grounds for terminating a speaker's comment period. Sally, so moving on to presentations. These are presentations, so the council doesn't really take action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items, and if you would like to speak on these items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. So the first one we have tonight is for National Volunteer Week. And I'm going to go up to the lectern, and I'd like to be joined there by John Coogan, who is a volunteer for the police department. Hi, John.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. All right. Well, I have this presentation for you, and John is a volunteer with the Police Explorer Program, and he's here today to accept this proclamation on behalf of that program. And whereas every day in the city of Mountain View, people exemplify the spirit of community by volunteering their time and efforts to support and behalf and enhance the well-being of our city. They forge strong social connections and they bridge divides among individuals from diverse backgrounds. And whereas the impact of volunteerism exemplifies the values of empathy, kindness, and civic responsibility, inspiring others to make a difference and create a brighter future for generations to come. And whereas volunteering benefits individuals by improving mental and physical health, building social connections, and providing a sense of purpose and skill development. And whereas the Mountain View community collectively volunteers thousands of hours annually, it might even be hundreds of thousands, to feed neighbors, tutor youth, prepare for emergencies, lead programs, improve local habitat for wildlife, support the arts, care for animals, and strive to enhance the livelihood of all residents. And whereas the City of Mountain View wishes to recognize and thank the individuals and organizations that have volunteered over time over the past year at Deer Hollow Farm, the Mountain View Public Library, Shoreline at Mountain View, the Mountain View Center for Performing Arts, the Mountain View Senior Center, and the View Teen Center, as well as programs such as Junior Leaders, Police Explorers, special events, and the Community Emergency Response Team. And whereas National Volunteer Week is a 50-year national tradition, let us honor and celebrate the dedication of volunteers, and let us encourage all members of our community to take action by volunteering their time, talents, and resources to create a brighter, more compassionate world for all of us. Thank you. So I now proclaim this National Volunteer Week. And here is the proclamation. Thank you so much for all you do. And I have to say personally, I have benefited so much by people who have been volunteering in organizations I was part at, and I've also benefited by learning so much as a volunteer. So I really honor this work that you do. Would you like to say something to the public? Okay, here you go.
Thank you all very much. It's an honor to be here, to be able to receive this proclamation, and it's an honor to be able to volunteer with the Mountain View Police Department.
Okay, should we take a picture? Looks like there's some people ready. Thank you. And I'll just stay up here for the next one. Silja? Mike. Sorry, got turned. Yeah. Silja, would you like to join me here at the microphone? This is, we have a certificate of recognition this evening for Silja Palmer. And she has someone I've really enjoyed getting to know over the last few years. And so I was really very pleased to have this brought forward. I think it's particularly appropriate because this is Earth Week. And we just had a big Earth Day celebration. And we are honoring Silja. Silja Palmer initiated the volunteer pollinator habitat at Cuesta Park in Mountain View. That's on the corner of Cuesta Park and Montaldo? On Montaldo, yeah. So where you come in for the Tentis Center, so you can everybody can go and look at it. And it allows volunteers to plant California natives in the corner of Cuesta Park. She organized a network of volunteers to plan the plantings, install the habitat, and maintain the habitat. She received a number of grants to help cover the cost involved with beginning the habitat. Thank you. And the city has been supporting this effort since inception by providing mulch, compost, signage, irrigation access, and water use. The first plants were planted in the fall of 2021. In fall of 2023, Silja received a grant of 880 seedlings from the Xerces Society, which works to protect butterflies and habitat for butterflies. The habitat features mulched paths, weaving among the plants, stumps, sitting areas, and a picnic table, as well as a native bee house. The habitat is supported by the City of Mountain View, the Xerces Society, the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, Green Spaces Mountain View, and many volunteers. So the City Council recognizes Silja Palmer for her dedication and hard work on the volunteer pollinator habitat at Cuesta Park. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Okay.
Thank you so much. So in return, I also, we made a book kind of tracking the progress through the park that we would like to give to City Council for, I don't know if you have a library or a coffee table. And at the beginning, there's also an acknowledgement for all the hard work that all of our volunteers have done. Many of their names, but many of them we couldn't name because there was too many. So I really value all the contributions from so many people and all the support from the city. And we look forward to continuing collaboration. Hopefully in Mariposa Park, we have a group that's excited to work there and maybe bring more natives next door to the annex as well, if possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'd also like to welcome anybody who would like to make a public comment about either of these presentations. Anybody like to step forward and make a public comment? Okay. Would any council members like to make a comment? Okay.
Mayor, you have one member of the public with their hand up on Zoom.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. That would be me, Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I just want to give my special notice to Celia and all the work she's done with the garden project, and as part of Green Space's Mountain View efforts across the city. This is really a hallmark of the work that we've been doing, and Celia has really been working tirelessly on this, including bringing in all kinds of volunteers, so sometimes on days that aren't great, too hot, too cold, too wet. Mary Dadio has been very involved in that process too, so it's really great, and I hope that it is sets a real strong precedent for other installations across the city like this that bring in members of the community to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramos.
I just wanted to add my congratulations for Celia. And after all the, I don't know, it wasn't this past weekend, but it was the weekend before where we had the native plant garden tour of all these different cities. And what we learned is like some of these other cities, their tours were like private homes, but this community park was an amazing feat. And people are like, how did you do that? And I'm just like, well, you really don't challenge Celia on doing anything. And because like if she wants something done, it happens. And I think it's really such a great accomplishment for you and Green Spaces Mountain View and the many people that worked hard to get that habitat. And we're gonna get more, so I'm so excited. Congratulations, and congratulations on the Daughters of the American Revolution certificate that was this past week as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I was just going to thank both Mr. Coogan, although apparently he's left. Maybe he'll watch on YouTube later, and Ms. Paymare for both. I mean, we seem to be on a volunteer theme for both presentations. So I want to thank you both from the bottom of my heart, and then also say that the pollinator garden, the celebration of that is timely, given that we have our biodiversity plan, our active transportation plan, our parks, all the things that we have coming in our urban forestry, all the things that we have coming up on our work plan. So I see it as very timely. Thank you.
Yes, that's very true. And it's also really amazing how good it is for the habitat to have native plants that attract wildlife that is indigenous to this area. Okay, so that is item 3, and now we move on to item 4, which is a consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for either discussion or vote. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item for discussion or vote? Okay, Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I don't want to pull items. I just want to comment on a couple. So let me know when you're ready for me to do that.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay. I want to make comments on item 4.4 and 4.5. Item 4.4 is a recommendation to approve the engagement of an external audit firm, and the city is required to engage an independent CPA firm to conduct an annual audit of the city's books. And this year, the city conducted an RFP following Council Policy B6. I know Councilmember Ramirez always likes to cite what council policy. And that establishes a 3-step policy or process for selection of an auditor. And I personally think it's good governance to reevaluate your policies and procedures and service providers from time to time. And that's what we did this year for the external auditor. The city received 6 proposals in response to the RFP, and staff evaluated all of them. And then 3 firms were recommended to be interviewed by staff and the Council Finance Committee. And based on the staff recommendation, or the staff evaluation of the proposals and the interviews, and then reference checks, the Council Finance Committee recommends that the council approve an agreement with Badawi for an initial 4-year term with an option to extend the agreement for an additional 2 fiscal years. So as a member of the Council Finance Committee, I will say that the firms we interviewed were all very qualified to serve as our auditor, and it wasn't really an easy decision to decide on which one to recommend to our colleagues here for the next 4 to 6 years. But I thought it was important that members of the public know that we take that council policy seriously, and we do go out to market every once in a while to check to see, should we change? Should we do something different, or we should continue with the service provider we're with? So I'm happy that we did that this year. It was very interesting, I think, for all of us on the CFC. The other item is 4.5, and that is the first step in preparing the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan, which is, this action is executing a contract with MIG to prepare the Precise Plan and also perform the associated CEQA work. The housing element has a program that requires the city to rezone the Moffett Boulevard change area up to at least a 1.85 FAR and to identify any sites where neighborhood commercial will be required. And the rezoning has an adoption deadline of December 31st, 2025. Developing the Precise Plan will take about 20 months, and it includes a very robust public outreach plan, an existing conditions report, an evaluation of the plan boundaries, because the council had discussion about should we change it from what we originally thought in the general plan, and then several topics such as economic feasibility analysis and others, and also the EIR. And the purpose of pulling this one to make a comment is to encourage our residents and business owners to get involved in this, especially those of you who are within the Precise Plan area or close to it. We really want to hear from you because, as a former council member always said to me, you know your neighborhood best. And so we want to hear your input. So I want to encourage folks again to get involved if you live within or close to that Precise Plan. Thanks.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm also going to comment on several of the items, but not pull them. One is 4.2, which involves reimbursing the school district for various items, including the school field at Vargas. And I just wanted to point out to people who are interested that there was in the council questions robust discussion of whether the plastic turf on the field could ever be replaced with real turf, and something that's not an easy process, but I know there's growing interest in that, so I recommend that members of the public who are interested look at kind of the back and forth between staff and council asking those questions so that you can be more on top of that, that popular topic. And then the second one is 4.5, which the Vice Mayor laid out in great detail what it is. But if you can't remember, it's the Moffett Precise Plan, the first step in that, and hiring consultants. And I want to also encourage robust involvement from residents, but also I noticed that the scope of work, I don't think it named a number of groups that staff was doing outreach to, but I didn't see the local neighborhood groups and some of the other groups that I saw more Old Mountain View and Swan neighborhood groups than neighborhood groups from the Moffett area. I also didn't see other groups like CSA and the Buddhist temple, which are near there. So I'm hoping that staff not only talks to, I'm in the Old Mountain View neighborhood. I'm so glad you're talking to us because I like to walk to Moffett, but I hope you talk to those more local groups as well. And those are my comments.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments too. I wanted to talk a little bit about 4.8, the housing element CIP funding appropriation. there's a long list of programs in the housing element, and this item is about 3 grants that the city staff successfully applied for to provide funds to carry out some of the housing element tasks. They're from the state programs called Early Local Action Planning, or LEAP, Regional Early Action Planning, REAP, and SB2. And staff has gleaned $479,665 from these grants that will be put to carry out our housing element projects. And that means that other money that we would have used can be used for something else. And that's really helpful. So I want to thank staff for all the effort to get those grants. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was 4.10. That's the Household Hazardous Waste Collection Program and the implementation fee. And we collaborate with all of the other cities in the county to have a household hazardous waste collection program. And one of the parts of that I think everybody, I hope everybody knows about, is that there's a drop-off of your hazardous waste where you can bring your paint and any solvents you have or waste to an event, and they will be properly cared for. And our event will be August 24th this summer, and it's going to be advertised in a number of things. So I just want to give people a heads up to keep an eye out for that. Okay, so with that, we have 2 people on Zoom who would like to comment. First, Devin Conley. Devin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor Showalter. Thank you. Good evening to the council. My name is Devin Conley, and I'm the president of the Mountain View Wisdom School District. I'm here tonight to speak on item 4.2, payment to the Mountain View Wisdom School District for Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School field. I wanted to thank you for considering this item tonight. When Vargas Elementary was constructed, the city requested a turf field be installed and went into a partnership with the district to do so. Since the school and field were completed, the field has seen heavy usage by the community. If you happen to stop by in the evenings or on weekends, there are constantly neighbors enjoying this space. Now, there will also be softball games scheduled at the site by the Recreation Department. Our school district values your partnership in the development and care of our open spaces and looks forward to continued collaboration through our joint use agreement with the city in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our next speaker is Bruce England. Welcome, Bruce.
Hi, I had to find the button. Do you hear me okay?
We can.
Good, thank you. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Just quick comments on 3 things. One is the Vargas item 4.2. Agree with comments from Councilmember Hicks about addressing the artificial turf there. And of course, throughout the city, it's very problematic material, and everything that we can do to not put any more of that in and to pull it out where we got it, totally support that. On 4.5 Moffett Boulevard, just want to comment that's going to be a very important piece of the city plan around downtown and north-south connectivity. Anything that can tie our city together, because we just, we have different neighborhoods and different sections of town that don't always work very well together. And being able to continue downtown into that Moffett Boulevard area ultimately is going to be very important. And I wanted to add to that we're talking a lot about 15-minute city where people can walk and bike easily to essential services they need. And on the active transportation front, I hear all the time from people through the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition local team for Mountain View that we just are not contiguous enough, that you ride your bike or walk from one part of town to another, and part of it might be nice and comfortable and safe, and then you hit another part, a lot of talk about El Camino right now, that isn't really like that at all. And so anything that sort of creates more of a contiguous experience across parts of Mountain View would be great. And then on 4.9, for the public works item on upgrades to the vehicle fleet, of course, electrification is very important where there are opportunities to go to electric vehicles for the vehicle fleet. Great. A lot of that's already happening. So I see that, but bring it on, more of that. And also just the idea of putting staff on bicycles. I mean, does it have to be in a vehicle? There are times City Hall is very close to parts of town, and the Municipal Operations Center on Wisman is close to parts of town, and people could just get on a bike. And I think it would send a very positive message to everybody in Mountain View that you don't have to get in a vehicle to get somewhere to do your work. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we also have Councilmember Ramirez wanting to make some comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move the staff recommendation, I'll move the consent calendar, including item 4.1, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 36 zoning of the City Code, amending the development standards and permitting process for emergency shelters, and finding the amendment to be categorically exempt under Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to reimburse the Mountain View Wisman School District a total of $700,000 as the city's share of the cost to install the field improvements at Vargas Elementary School, to be read in title only, to be, further reading waived. And also just a couple of brief comments. I'm grateful for Vice Mayor Matichak's leadership as chair of the CFC. It was, I think we'd mentioned maybe in a previous meeting, it was a very robust set of interviews and a really enlightening and valuable process to go through, and I'm happy with the outcome. And then also I appreciate the comments from both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Hicks about the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. I was actually tempted to pull it from consent to amend the scope to include outreach to some of the key stakeholder groups in the Moffett Boulevard area. Neither of you pulled it, so I'm not going to either, but I do hope that the staff and eventually the consultant hears that request. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have, thank you for that motion, Councilmember Ramirez, and we have a second, Vice Mayor Matichak. So are there any comments, any more comments? Seeing none, I think we should vote. Okay, it passes unanimously. That means we will move on to Item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for people who wish to address the council on any matter that is not on tonight's agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 2 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. So do we have any speakers in person? We have one. Okay. Sean Passon. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm Sean Passon, almost 50-year resident in Mountain View in the North Wisman area. I'm also an Army Reserve veteran. Yep, the most important title to me is husband and father. And I'm here today because our minor permit has been stuck in a bureaucratic purgatory for about 5 weeks. So this is just a minor permit for electric and gas for a backyard project. While I've decided to we decided to improve our backyard so we can make it a space where my wife and my kids, 13, 8, and 2, can enjoy, as well as family and friends and fellow veterans who really need to connect. Unfortunately, I've had to be a pest to the permit department because the application has not gotten attention, which is really disheartening because service, like you all have been in service, and I've been in service for the Army and also for the VA, I take that seriously. And in my role at the VA, I was responsible for addressing issues where veterans have been abused or neglected, and I made sure in my HR role that those people who were doing that type of conduct were out of a job. I'm calling on you to do more because this is not just personally exhausting. These delays and adversarial practices, such as if there's a minor error on my permit, it'll be an additional 2-week delay. They're unacceptable. How am I supposed to attract quality, licensed, experienced, and safe contractors when permits are reviewed in a manner that's convenient to the building office? I understand they may be under tight circumstances, but this is not acceptable. The bureaucratic purgatory discourages community residents like me from undergoing projects the right way, makes it more inconvenient to obtain quality talent, wastes taxpayers' money on a horribly inefficient process, decreases city revenue as it discourages others from getting involved in the permitting process, as well as put family and first responders at risk when people choose other means to improve their buildings because of an onerous permit application process. This problem needs to be addressed. The building department needs to learn to serve rather than making a simple process onerous. Process and communication improvements need to be put in place.
Thank you, sir. Could you wind up?
Yeah, that's all I have. I just want to ask if I can count on you to address this matter.
Thank you. We are not allowed to respond to comments from the dais if they aren't agendized, but you can be sure that you were heard and staff heard your issue, and I'm sure that there will be a response, but we can't respond from the dais. It's just not. It's not the rules. I understand. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. Do we? Clerk, I don't see any virtual speakers. Do you? Okay. All right. Very great. So that's oral communications. What? Do we have another one? No. Okay. All right. So now we move on to our public hearings. Item 6. Tonight we have 6.1, Fiscal Year 2024-25 Federal Annual Action Plan. The Affordable Housing Manager, Julie Bernard, and Housing Director Wayne Chen will present the item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Let us know when you're ready. Go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, I am Julie Barnard, your Affordable Housing Manager. I'm joined this evening by Wayne Chen, Housing Director. I'm here to present the funding recommendations for fiscal year 2024-25 Annual Action Plan. So the purpose of this meeting this evening is to hold a public hearing to receive public input on the draft fiscal year 2024-25 Annual Action Plan, and also to make funding recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program expenditures, otherwise known as CDBG and HOME respectively. So each year the city receives grant allocations for the CBDG and the HOME programs. This funding allocation is guided by our 5-year consolidated plan, as well as an annual action plan that's drafted each year. We provide public grantees with public service funding, and that is provided on a 2-year funding cycle, with this upcoming year being the second of the 2 years. So the public service recipients that are in good standing would receive the same funding allocations in this upcoming year. So in addition to the CDBG-funded public service grantees, we also provide funding through the general fund for those that are not eligible for the CDBG funding. Staff also recommends, once again, providing direct allocations to capital projects for the remainder of the CBDG and HOME funding. So the annual action plan approval process so far has included the draft annual action plan being made available on March 22nd. This was presented also through a public hearing to the Human Relations Commission on April 4th, where staff's recommendations were accepted. In addition to the public hearing this evening, the public comment window closes today. Finally, following this, staff and the city will submit the annual action plan to HUD on or around May 15th. So the federal programs receive funds from 3 sources. Each year we receive an annual allocation for CBDG around $610,000 and $285,000 for home. We have to estimate this amount based on our prior year's awards. In addition to that, we usually have some prior year uncommitted funds, which for this year we expect to be about $650,000 for CBDG and $336,000 for home. Finally, we also have anticipated program income, and for CBDG we expect about $250,000 and with around about $500,000 for home. So that leaves us with a total budget of over $2.6 million for this federal program. In addition, as I mentioned, we do provide funding through the general fund to some additional public service grantees, and that budget is just under $279,000. How staff propose to expend these funds is through 4 main allocations, or expenditures rather. So we are permitted to expend some of our allocation on administration costs, and that is around $150,000. We, as I mentioned, provide funding to the public service grantees, and this year we propose to increase the minor home repair budget from $30,000 up to $180,000. I'll discuss a little more on that later. And finally, the remaining funds will be allocated to capital projects, most likely an affordable housing project, and that budget is likely to be around $2.1 million. As I mentioned, this is the second of the 2-year funding cycle. We have provided funding to 7 public service grantees. No changes to the grantees or the budget are proposed for the upcoming fiscal year. So in addition to the CBDG public service budget, the city supplements this through the general fund for some public service grantees that aren't eligible for the CBDG program funding. So in fiscal year, the city budgeted, fiscal year 23-24, the city budgeted just under $279,000, which we propose to continue into the next fiscal year. The city provides 10 nonprofits or public service grantees with funding, and as I mentioned, no changes are proposed. Finally, staff recommend a budget of roughly $2.1 million for capital projects. A project will be identified through the program year, and that funding directly allocated to that project. Finally, staff recommend increasing the minor home repair budget from $30,000 to $180,000. This will allow Rebuilding Together Peninsula to increase the grant amounts from $5,000 to around $15,000, and to also increase the number of households that receive the funding or the improvements. So examples of eligible activities that weren't previously eligible that are now include roof repairs, accessibility conversions, such as replacing a tub with a walk-in shower, furnace replacements, painting, and landscaping. So with that, staff recommends that City Council take the following action. Adopt the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan to allocate approximately $2.1 million for capital projects, most likely an affordable housing project, to allocate $180,000 in CDBG funding for Rebuilding Together Peninsula for the minor home repair program, and finally to allocate $278,724 from the general fund for public services. And with that, staff are available for questions, or we can turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. So we'll have council questions, and then we'll have public comment, and then we'll bring it back for deliberation. So council questions? Any of my colleagues have a question? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about, sorry, Tom, this may be for you, the Community Services Agency Services for Homelessness Prevention Program. So thank you to staff for responding. I think there were a couple of questions about this in the questions submitted in advance of the meeting. The program is estimated to serve, or will serve an estimated 5,817 beneficiaries, and the description suggests that the scope of the program is greater than the program title might suggest, and I wanted to better understand how some of the items that are referenced here are related to homelessness prevention.
Good evening. Thank you very much. We also do have Tom Myers here to help provide any color. The funding is available for homeless prevention services and also related services that were part of CSA's application. The funding enabled the full funding of the program to be put together so that the entire program can benefit a wider range of individuals. I might ask Tom if he would be able to come and provide some additional color and provide council some details of the different types of programs that are touched by the funding.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne, and thanks for the question, Councilmember Ramirez. First of all, excuse me. I am fighting allergies like unbelievable this year. So if my voice cracks, I'm sorry about that. That number represents the total number that are served through our homelessness prevention program. Now, homelessness prevention has a lot of different aspects to it, and the $31,000 that comes from the city is part of an overall much larger bucket. Now, when people talk about homelessness prevention, in general, the first thing that comes to mind is what used to be called emergency assistance, which is rental assistance and direct financial assistance, those kinds of things. What we have, and those are very much a part of it. This funding is part of an overall bucket, though, that will also include reaching out and giving people through our back to school programs, our holiday programs, and things like that. And those people are considered homelessness prevention clients. And you might know that we changed many years ago, prior to COVID, when we give out things, we don't give out things like backpacks. We don't give out toys anymore. It's about getting cash in people's hands, and that cash through gift cards can help people to stave off emergencies or whatever the case may be. So that number, that large number, is not all rental assistance, and that may be a little bit misleading to people who think in terms of homelessness prevention meaning rental assistance. Because homelessness prevention program is actually much broader in scope. So I can get numbers for you if you would like about specifically people who were served by what may be thought of as traditional homelessness prevention programs, and I can bring that back to council. If I'm understanding where you're going with this, yeah.
So, yes, my intent is to not create more work for you. I think it's to better understand the scope of the program, and I would be interested in folks who are benefiting from, I guess, what the program title suggests it's intending to do, which is prevent people from becoming unhoused. I guess at the risk of getting into some commentary here, it feels like an inflated number. Right? It's called homelessness prevention, 5,817 people who are not necessarily receiving emergency rent relief, or it may suggest to someone who isn't familiar with the program that that number of people is benefiting from emergency rent relief, and that's not quite the case. So would it be a trivial enough thing maybe to provide that number in addition to this one, so we have a better understanding of
absolutely. And in fact, Brandy Jotimani on our staff and Sari Soltero, who is the head of our Homeless Prevention Services program, were talking in the hallway today about the fact that what might be appropriate when we fill this out next year is to talk specifically in the application around those things that people think about, things like rental assistance. And I will go ahead and get those numbers and get that back, communicate that through official channels to council.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tom.
Absolutely.
Since we have you up here, Tom, I thought I would also ask you, I know when we've had discussions, another thing that you have said over the course of your career has hit you as actually helping prevent homelessness is also your food program. Now, this isn't part of this at all, but the food program, I mean, in the sense, it means people they get some food for free, and they can use that other money they have for their rent. So we want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, just very briefly, the food program, when I first started at CSA, was a supplemental food program. More and more people are relying on our food program for a lot of the majority of their food. And as you know, the services at CSA are income, we do an income verification to make sure that people do qualify for our services. So the fact that people are coming to us more and more for a much larger majority of their food indicates that that's much more important in their lives and being able to make ends meet. Another important thing about our food program, and I always talk about how food is the gateway to getting into CSA. Food is often the very first service that people will go for. And then when they come to CSA for the food, that's when they find out about the other services that might be beneficial to their family. Food is not the only thing we do, and unfortunately, I think sometimes people think food is the only thing CSA does, and it's the most important thing that we do. But it is often the gateway, if you will, to getting people into our programs. But yeah, the trends in food are actually kind of staggering. And one thing that happened at the beginning of COVID is a lot of different groups, schools, churches, groups that had never gotten into the food business, if you will. Before, we had as many as 20 to 22 food distributions going on in the middle of COVID in Mountain View. That number is shrinking now. And so I think that's part of the reason why our numbers are starting to go up. And one thing we're noticing, we have just relocated last week over to the old Joann Fabric site in San Antonio Center. And we are noticing more people found us immediately, first of all. But second thing is that we're finding more and more people are discovering us from that particular neighborhood. So, anyway, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure that was too long, so I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. All right. Any other council questions? Okay, so I would like to open the public comment period then. And I see that Georgia Bassel would like to speak to us. Welcome. Come on up to the podium.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Georgia Basile. I'm the Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, you know us as SALA. We provide free legal services to Mountain View residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. 81% of the Mountain View clients we served last year were very low income, 53% were 75 or older, and 42% had a disability, placing them in high economic and social need. We provide our services locally at appointments at Mountain View Senior Center once a month and by phone for clients that cannot get to the Senior Center or that have emergencies that can't wait. We are a current grantee and we thank you so much. Your funding helps us to provide expanded availability of our services here in Mountain View, and we are recommended for funding in the action plan, and we thank the staff for that. I just want to mention that we address a range of legal matters impacting our clients clients' daily lives. We assist clients that are having legal problems with Social Security, SSI, Medicare, and Medi-Cal, benefits they depend on for their daily needs. We assist clients worried about eviction, clients that need reasonable accommodations in their housing, usually because of a disability, or clients whose housing is otherwise in jeopardy. As attorneys, we help clients do some really basic planning for the future so that they can appoint someone to step in and take over when they're not able to do so, someone they trust, which is really important before there's any kind of abuse. And regrettably, we continue to serve clients that are victims of elder abuse, physical and financial, usually by someone they know or someone living in their home, such as an adult child, grandchild, someone they rent a room out to, a caregiver. Unfortunately, these are not pleasant situations. Our attorneys are able to go to court and get elder abuse restraining orders and domestic violence restraining orders to remove these parties from our clients' homes. So we can't charge fees for services or accept fee-generating cases. The only way that we can provide our services are through grants and some very modest donations that we get. So your funding helps us provide the highest level of service possible. And I wanted to thank you this evening.
Thank you. We appreciate your coming.
Thank you.
Do we have... It doesn't look like we have any speakers on Zoom. Okay. All right. So then it's time to bring it back for council deliberation. Do any members have comments they'd like to make? Councilmember Abe-Coca.
Thank you, Mayor. I am anticipating a motion, but I actually have a disclosure in that I need to recuse myself from voting on the item number 4 of the public services allocation specifically to the health trust. I'm going to ask the city attorney to take it over from here. Thank you.
So in light of this recusal, can we take a vote on that item number 4 first while Councilmember Abe-Coga steps out, and then we can come back and take a vote on the remaining items, if that's okay?
Sure. I'm sorry. I didn't see that on the agenda flow.
No, it wasn't. It just came to my attention. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, I would just like to make a comment. I had a comment I wanted to make, and that's really, I'm really glad to see this minor repairs program expanding, because in today's world, $5,000 worth of repairs is a very small number. And so I was glad to see that. And then the other thing, in the questions, I asked about the use of volunteers. And you mentioned that the volunteers that you use are actually professionals who volunteers their service. Did I get that right?
They can be. It can be a mixture of just anybody who's interested. They provide, may go in and do simple things like changing smoke alarms and that sort of thing. Or if they are a professional who has a more advanced skill set, they would utilize them to assist with things like electrical or plumbing or anything. So the volunteers come from a wide range of professions, and they will just utilize them as people are interested.
And generally, how do you apply for this? Do you apply through the city?
For the minor home repair program? I think they have an online application, and right now I think that Rebuilding Together Peninsula receive a lot of their clients through referrals. I do believe they do a fair amount of work at one of the mobile home parks, and those are predominantly through referrals. Coming in the upcoming fiscal year, I would like for them to maybe connect with our code enforcement. In some cities, they partner with code enforcement to assist with other sorts of initiatives, and I think that we could do that with this enhanced funding. We've got some other opportunities we could leverage.
Yeah. And then the other well, I wanted to make 2 more comments. One comment is, I hope we'll be able to also connect this program with the rebate programs that are available for electrification, particularly for low-income people. The rebate numbers are much higher. So hopefully we can make that. And then the last comment I wanted to make was I wanted to thank you Julie, for coming to council and for
My first time.
Yeah, it's your first time here. And Julie has been to several neighborhood committee meetings, and we've really been impressed by her know-how and calm in asking thorny questions. So welcome.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Yeah.
very, very pleased to be working for you and for the city.
Good. Okay. Well, it looks like while I've been talking, a motion and a second have been made. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Do you know what the motion is?
Well, I guess we should clarify that, shouldn't we? Yes.
I would like to move the staff recommendation of $43,200 to the Health Trust. Thank you.
Okay.
And I hope that's what Councilmember Ramirez is seconding.
And that's the second, and that's the one we're supposed to do while Councilmember Abekoga is recused, right? So that's the appropriate one. Okay. Any comments on this? No? All right. Seeing none, it's time to vote. Okay, that passes 5-0, with the 0 being the recusal. And now we can bring Councilmember Abekoga back for the rest of the deliberation. There you are. Welcome back. Okay. All right, so I think it's probably time for a motion for the remainder of the staff recommendation. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I would like to move the remainder of the staff recommendation.
We have a second from Councilmember Ramos. Do we have any comment? Seeing none, it's time to vote. Okay, well, no, is it coming up yet? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, staff, for the presentation. All right, so next on our agenda tonight is new business. And under new business, we have item 7.1, the Economic Vitality Strategy. There will be Chinese and Spanish translation services for this item, and we will now hear from our Chinese interpreter.
大家晚上好，今晚我们将提供中文的翻译，在接下来这个议程项目上面，如果您需要聆听中文的话，请一会儿再点击地球仪的图标，然后选择 Chinese 中文听取实时翻译，谢谢。
Thank you. And now we will hear from our Spanish interpreter.
Hola, buenas noches. Si necesita interpretación al español, pulse el icono que dice Interpretación en la parte inferior de la pantalla y elige el idioma español. Muchas gracias y que tenga una buena noche.
Thank you. And given the need for council recusals due to conflicts of interest, this item will proceed in the following manner. We'll begin with a staff presentation, which will be followed by public comment. At the close of public comment, the council will ask questions, deliberate, and take action on items requiring council member recusals first. Council will then ask questions, deliberate, and take action on the remaining items. Okay, so we are joined at the dais with Economic Vitality Manager John Lang and Acting Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director Dawn Cameron. We'll present the item. And if you would like to speak on this item in person, this is the time to submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and the community of Mountain View. I am John Lang, the Economic Vitality Manager. I'm joined by the Acting City Manager and Community Development Director, Don Cameron, to present the Mountain View Economic Vitality Strategy for City Council consideration. Providing some background and context on how we arrived here tonight, in 2021, City Council identified economic vitality as one of its 7 priorities. The city is memorializing that priority through the development of an economic vitality strategy. After seeking input from council on a proposed consultant scope of services, the city issued a request for proposals in the fall of 2021. After a competitive process, the city ended up selecting Community Attributes Incorporated from Washington State to aid the city in developing the economic vitality strategy. Work began on that development in the summer of 2022. In the fall of 2023, we conducted a council study session and we sought input and feedback from council on the draft economic vitality strategy. As a brief refresher on the feedback received through that study session, we received feedback specific to equity and vision, and I'll discuss a little bit about that right now. The general feedback from council was to revise the vision statement, making it more succinct and specifically aligning with the city's overall vision, and have it relate more specifically to economic development. Additional feedback was around equity and making sure that we applied an equity lens throughout the document that's more consistent with the Race, Equity, Inclusion Plan. We also received feedback on goals, actions, and strategies. We received 7 pieces of feedback. I'll highlight 3 of them for the purposes of being concise. One of the core areas received feedback on was developing measures of success or performance measures as a way to evaluate the economic vitality strategy. Create an implementation timeline for each action, and then incorporate placemaking elements and branding action items throughout the document. What's before you today is a summary of what has changed since that September study session. You will see via this table, we continue to have one vision statement. We no longer have an equity statement. We are applying an equity lens throughout all the action items in the plan. We have expanded the number of goals to 5, and this includes a downtown specific goal. And through the additional outreach and engagement that we undertook since the fall, we now have 164 action items versus the original 125. Since the fall, the engagement that we've undertaken has really been focused on engaging with property and small business owners, both English and non-English speaking, as well as engaging different entrepreneurs and small business owners during that time. As part of this process, we've developed a more succinct vision statement that's in line with the city's overall vision and highlights and associates well with economic development, which now reads, Mountain View seeks to create a thriving community where small businesses, innovation, entrepreneurship, and diversity are encouraged and flourish. We aim to be a global leader that balances economic growth with the health and well-being of our community and our environment. As already mentioned, we have 5 goals now. A new goal was added specific to downtown, and this was really a result of the significant input and feedback we got as part of the outreach and engagement process. Downtown is an important aspect of our community, and we heard thoroughly, and therefore we've developed a goal specific to downtown. Staying with downtown, wanted to share some significant efforts underway currently. Most recently, the city launched a new monthly newsletter called the Downtown Digest, and it is intended to provide updated information on PEDMAL activations, various projects, and business activity to the community. In addition, staff will be bringing back this fall a minor change to the table associated with Area H within the Downtown Precise Plan. This change is going to be a small step forward in terms of the much larger work in updating the Downtown Precise Plan. The change will focus on the use table to provide more consistency across the various precise plans the city has, and it will remove a select number of use permits associated with uses. Another big change from the fall is the development of measures of success. In developing measures of success, we look to the best practices of the California Association of Local Economic Development and the International Economic Development Council on how best to measure economic development and economic vitality. We've identified 14 measures that align to various goals in the EVS. We also have identified targets where we can identify targets versus what our current numbers are with each one of those targets. The 14 measures that are identified can be updated on an annual basis as a way to measure how we are moving forward with the various implementation of actions related to the economic vitality strategy. A redesigned vitality document now includes additional white space and new images throughout the document. Each action has a minimum of 2 icons that represent a timeline implementation. This is denoted through the use of a clock, and it also has a cost estimate, which is denoted with the use of dollar signs. The vitality strategy is envisioned to be a 5 to 10-year plan, and therefore the timeframes associated with the implementation reflect that 5 to 10-year implementation timeframe. Some actions, such as 2B4 noted on this slide, also include an additional icon reflecting equity. So in some cases, action items will have 3 icons. All action items will have a minimum of 2. In developing the timelines, we have broken down at a high level how many actions are associated with the various implementation timelines. And you can see that here for a full list of all the action items broken down by timeline. You can see that in attachment A to the economic vitality strategy. Staff also took the time to identify top 15 actions from an economic development lens. So over the next 2 slides, this is highlighting the 15 action items that we believe are the most important to our sustainability and success of a business ecosystem in Mountain View. Please note that the readability on each one of these action items has been truncated, just for ease of reading. For the full context of the language, we do have them written out completely in the council report. We are seeking 2 recommendations for adoption of the economic vitality strategy. The first is to separate 2 action items to be taken first, and then the second recommendation is to accept the balance of the action items proposed within the economic vitality strategy. I would like to conclude this presentation by thanking the City Council, City Leadership Team, Mountain View residents and businesses who have shared experiences and insights with us, the Economic Vitality Strategy Advisory Group, my city teammates, and community attributes for their heartfelt work on this project. Staff as well as community attributes are available for questions.
Thank you. Council members, do you have questions? Yeah, wait a minute. I think we have to do the recusal thing first before we get to the questions. Sorry, just back. The council members with a conflict of interest related to economic vitality strategies 2A3, develop absorption targets for commercial and residential growth and an update to the downtown precise plan, and action 2D3, conduct outreach to downtown businesses to spur participation and representation in a parking benefit district oversight committee. Please make your recusal statements now. Councilmember Hicks?
So maybe I tripped you up here and you were supposed to take public comment first on the entire thing? Is that, yes, that's the city attorney is telling me that I led you astray.
So technically you should take public comment on the whole thing so that everyone can hear public comment on everything. Then you take the recusals, and then you have questions, deliberation, and action on the recusals.
Okay. Well, with that, Alex Brown has submitted a blue card. So Alex, will you come up to the podium and share your thoughts with us?
If you insist. Hey friends. John, see, the economic vitality strategy, I also don't like all the vacant pads downtown or a lot of the empty for lease signs. I would love to be able to walk to places. I want there to be places that I can get to and patron and just enjoy. This strategy is kind of a lot. It's very noisy. There's a lot, and my issue with it is mostly that it feels like we're not trying to do things so much as kind of just passively sit next to two other people who are doing things. A lot of it is, oh yeah, we're going to engage with or do outreach to the idea of, oh yeah, there's a broker who's doing something, there's a landlord who's doing something, there's a business that's doing something, and we're just kind of saying that we're part of the process in some ways. And the one big thing that we could do, which is to pass a vacancy tax and a registry to find, here are the places that are opportunities that are empty. And an empty business is worse than no business because it looks bad. It's blight. It discourages other things. We could address that directly, but instead we're kind of just, doing a sideways approach of maybe talking to people who might do something and hoping that market forces fix it, which I don't think is an effective strategy. Hasn't been so far, but I guess we'll see. Thanks.
Thank you. Pamela Baird. Welcome. You got here just in time.
I know. I was on a phone call. I got to go. Anyway, good evening, everyone. My name is Pamela Baird. I'm a 25-year resident of Mountain View. I'd like to address the City Council members, Vice Mayor Matichak, and Mayor Showalter. First of all, I'd like to applaud the staff for a great production there. All 184 pages of it. It's very nice. Anyway, tonight I am addressing you in two different ways. First, as a resident and a small business owner. I agree with 1B-2, which is wayfinding in maps. My husband and I just came back from London, which has a wonderful, of course they have a lot of things to look at, but in any case they have a wonderful map system, two-sided maps that show a radius of a 5-minute walk, 10-minute walk, and all the buildings and the things that you can see. And I would really recommend that we consider doing something similar to that. In the report, some of the places are listed, but there's some things that I think that are left out. The San Antonio train station, exits from Stevens Creek Trail, our parks, and our community buildings. The next point is business help, 1D-2. As a small business person, just being in business, it can be very daunting because you don't have the knowledge, you don't even know where to start, you don't know how to get help, or you maybe not have the budget to seek professional help. So that would be one thing I would really encourage us to try to help small business and prospective business owners to navigate and feel comfortable in making decisions correctly. Second, I'd like to address you as a member of the Historical Association. We conduct walking tours on a monthly basis downtown, and this is to address point 2-C. Our tours, I conduct those, and they're great fun for me. They're well attended, and I hear lots of comments from people. I've gotten 2 tips, $20 tips, because people have enjoyed the tours. But that tells me that people are interested in wanting to know about the history of our city. And so we talk about all the different buildings, which brings me to another point is we have a lot of places that need to be identified. We have one marker on the Straits building of where the 1909 City Hall was located, but there's other historical buildings that need to be recognized as well. And not just downtown, but I'm also talking about other places around the city, and I'll address that in a minute. But one of the attendees on our walking tour, I think, said it very succinctly, that we have history hiding in plain sight, and that's one thing that we can do to create placemaking.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Okay. That's very hard. All right. Now we have some virtual speakers. Nobody else in the... Okay. Virtual speakers. First one is Bruce England. Bruce, are you there?
I was waiting for the unmute button, Mayor, but I got it.
You got it.
Yeah. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Yeah, I have a few. Certainly talked with John Lang quite a bit about some of these things, and Alex and I talk a lot, so there's some overlap in our thinking. The economic vitality strategy is really important, and I appreciate all the work that John is doing and staff and all of that. I'm very interested from conversations I have with people too. I know that there's a lot of thinking about this, that going outside the box on thinking is really important, and looking for tangible results in the efforts. That can be hard to see in advance, but looking for that ultimately is really important. So strong support for a vacancy tax. We just really need that. As Alex pointed out, we've got these storefronts that are just sitting there, and sometimes they're in the hands of larger real estate firms that don't necessarily have an interest in placing tenants in those locations. And maybe something needs to be done to, I don't know how that can be done, but just get that out of the hands of some of the major real estate firms and into the hands of somebody who can actually look for the best interests of our city. Enabling micro businesses, support for busking on the streets, really adding vitality to our downtown and other retail spaces is important. And consciously defining retail opportunities to serve 15-minute city design, as I mentioned earlier. Couple of examples of things I'd like to see supported maybe better is Ava's is really important place downtown. I use it myself, but I'm using Nob Hill too, because I can't get everything I need at Ava's, and yet they are struggling and they can't do everything that people might want them to do. So I don't know what kind of support can be offered there. Red Rock Coffee, great place, but you get in a line there and you're just standing there forever. I tend to just bail on that and go to a place like Pete's where I can get through more quickly. And they removed their tables from Castro Street, which used to be a perfect place to sit out there in the open sky. And now we're having to sit on the side on Villa with buses going by in the shade. It's just not ideal. And for San Antonio Center, I really don't like it at all, that new one. I much preferred the previous center. Obviously, that center is not going away, but I want to see our new retail areas as they're developed, not repeat what I consider to be a big mistake that happened with San Antonio Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next virtual speaker is Peter Katz. After that, it'll be Devin Conley.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you very much, esteemed council members and city staff. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. I'll be brief tonight. The Chamber has been grateful for the city's proactive and continued engagement with our staff and our members on the formation and revision of the strategy, recognizing the importance of the strategy for the health of our business community and, of course, for the health and welfare of our community at large. We wish to express our support of the draft presented tonight, which shines light on many key areas of focus. We do ask that the council and staff look at the entire plan as an interrelated whole and not simply a list of recommendations that can be ticked off or omitted. Many of the actions require the others in order for success to be reached. We also need to be clear and bold in our vision of what the future will look like and the journey to get there. As Bruce said, we need to be creative, and we need to reward creativity. I'll add that we need to be both bold and committed in our approach. The Chamber remains at the ready to be active partners in this ongoing implementation of the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Next speaker is Devin Conley.
Good evening, Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichak, and Council. My name is Devin Conley. I'm an 18-year resident of Mountain View, and I live in the Shoreline West neighborhood. I just really wanted to commend you for taking on this work. Economic vitality is so important to our community. When I think about community well-being, everything is connected. So how our students are doing in school is tied to whether or not they have housing, whether or not their families can find jobs, and the ways that we can navigate our space together safely, such as, the 15-minute concept of being able to walk to these different, hopefully, retail centers and other needs that are located in business districts. I'm also really pleased to see the metrics that are included. It is very, very hard to measure many of these things, and I imagine that the metrics will be sort of a first stab and will evolve over time as you see how these different strategies play out and what areas need to be beefed up. I would also like to recommend that rather than waiting for an annual update, that perhaps you ask for a mid-year update as well, so you can keep tabs on the many different parts of this moving puzzle that is the economic vitality strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Pei-Ying Lee. Pei-Ying?
Hello.
There you are.
Yes, I want to echo almost like all the public commenters from Alex, Bruce, Peter, and Devin. I think especially to me, I think there's a lot of opportunity to bolster the metrics and outcomes. To me, I think the list of recommendations are great and what we can do short, medium, and long term. But as we know, the economy changes quite quickly, I think year to year. And especially with some of our goals, like number 4 in helping small businesses, if we want Mountain View to be a place where it's welcoming and having small businesses, new or old, kept in Mountain View, I feel like we want to kind of figure out what a better measure could be instead of just a generic like number of vacancies, which is more of like, I think, a regional metric. So I think there is a lot of growth in how we could tie in measures of success as indicators, but understanding what exactly is our measures of success and knowing how we fulfill the 5 goals of the EVS. I want to touch upon something earlier about, there've been a lot of vacant storefronts, specifically in downtown, and some vacancies, I think, throughout the commercial hubs around in plazas in Mountain View. I feel like it is important to have regular outreach and engagement with small businesses in particular, again, linking it back to goal number 4, like be it their food, retail, and startups. So the Downtown Digest, I think, referred to how commercial spaces are difficult to fill because of high cost potential tenants. I think the vacancy tax, it looks like it's a long-term action, but I think there's much more immediate short-term value in exploring that now to see if we should leverage a vacancy tax, hold property owners a bit accountable, incentivize small business to feel welcome and stay in Mountain View. So I think outreach engagement with small businesses who have left Mountain View would also be really great to understand, both quantitatively and qualitatively, on what exactly were their challenges. Last but not least, I think in just some of also the immediate or medium-term actions that I would love to see for downtown specifically is in any of the grant programs that we're offering to businesses, maybe incentivizing ways that we could have more natural environment factors, so like green screens. I think the planters and all these activities are really wonderful ways to attract just our residents, but also just people coming to downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Cox, and after him will be Clara Jessup. Robert?
Hello, Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichek, and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Economic Vitality Plan. Thank you for revising, generalizing, and condensing the vision statement by giving it a positive punch which reflects our community values. I am thrilled that you have extended Goal 1 to embrace village centers throughout the city. Economic vitality is something that we need citywide, not just in our downtown. I appreciate the data provided in the report, and I'm glad to see that the sales tax revenue post-COVID continues to trend up and that we've almost closed the gap. The one concern I have is about the sentence in the Downtown Precise Plan update section, which notes staff is working to bring forward an amendment to the Precise Plan to update uses in Area H to change some retail restaurant uses that currently require provisional use permit into permitted uses. It's a bit of a teaser statement without the details, and that's what I'll be looking forward to see. I think it's fine as long as these new permitted uses are public serving interactive uses. We at Livable Mountain View strongly support reserving the ground floor of our historic retail district for public serving uses and excluding administrative office. As the staff report notes, vacancy rates for office far exceed those for retail and restaurants in our downtown. So administrative office is not the right way to close the vacancy gap. Our downtown has been aptly described as Mountain View's living room. It should not become Mountain View's cubicle office farm. Our residents deserve better than that. Thank you for all the good work you've done on this. It's a much better document now than it was in the two previous versions, and I appreciate your listening to my view.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Clara Jessup.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm just hopping on here today, similar to other folks. I just wanted to express that I think in order to properly address some of the downtown vacancies, a vacancy tax should be more thoroughly explored and could meaningfully address this issue of vacant storefronts. I agree. I think it would be great to have ongoing outreach to businesses, and specifically outreach to businesses that have left, to better understand why. Basically, I'm just echoing what many others have said here this evening. That's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our public comment. So now I'll bring it back to council for deliberation and action. And we have a few, some recusals that need to happen to move forward. So Councilmember Hicks, would you like to share your recusal?
I would. I'm recusing myself from participation in discussion and action on economic vitality strategies 2A.3 and 2D.3 due to my proximity, my residence's proximity to the downtown plan area.
Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I am recusing myself from participation in any discussion or action on economic vitality strategies 2A.3 and 2.3 due to the proximity of my personal residence to the downtown plan area.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to talk about those two action items separately, and then our recused council members will rejoin the group for the rest of the discussion. So would any council members have comments on A23 and 2D3? 2A3, excuse me, 2A3 and 2D3, yes. And seeing none. So we need to have a motion to approve these, is that correct? Okay, so we have a motion from Vice Mayor Matichak and a second from Councilmember Ramos. Do we have any, Vice Mayor Matichak, just what exactly is your motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. I thought that's what you meant. Okay. So we're going to vote on the staff recommendation to accept action 2A3 and 2D.3. Is there any comments on that? Any discussion? Seeing none, it's time to vote. That passes with 4 votes. Thank you. Okay, and so now Councilmember Hicks and Abekoga are welcome to join us again. And we will have a more broadly based discussion about the economic vitality strategy. So first, we haven't had council questions on this yet, so that will be the first part. And I see that Councilmember Hicks is ready with some questions.
Yes, so first, I apologize because I read the entire strategy after submitting my council questions, so I do have a number of additional questions. But I wanted to say overall, I'm veering into comments. I thought it was a very strong economic vitality strategy before I start questioning all of it here. I'm going to start with the question that Mr. Cox asked, and I saw it referenced in several places in the economic vitality strategy, and I haven't referenced all the page numbers or action items. But saying it may be the same thing that he said in a slightly different way, it was recognized somewhere in the economic vitality strategy that the downtown has good bones. And I first read that comment in the Urban Land Institute. I don't know whether you got that phrase from there. I thought it was a good statement they made. And I really think some of the reason it has good bones is, some attractive historic architecture, the grid of the street. We haven't some cities on the peninsula have kind of gotten rid of their hearts. They've gotten rid of their historic downtown. So it has the gridded streets that are easy to walk. It has, good architecture generally. And then it has what Mr. Cox was referring to, which is ground floor public-facing uses. And I think the reason it succeeds and some other areas in town don't, I was there last weekend when it finally stopped raining. And it was just really, really lively, lively enough that you would say, we didn't have to shut the streets down because people would be there's so many people their cars couldn't get through anyway, whether we'd shut it or not. It was very lively, despite the vacancies. And I think And then it stops. After 4.5 blocks, it stops because there's the high-rise building with nothing on the ground floor. There's the Kaiser. There are all those things that just interrupt it. And I just really want to make sure that we don't interrupt it in other ways by putting office uses on the ground floor in those first 4.5 blocks. And in fact, I would, we could expand it to Moffett and so forth. But my question is, like when I suppose Mr. Cox read the economic vitality strategy, I also read several action items that made me wonder. They were about more flexible uses, more flexible zoning. If that means things and other ways of using buildings more flexibility. Now, if that means something I've talked to Mr. Katz from the Chamber of Commerce about, allowing artists to hang paintings in cafes and sell the artwork. If that's what flexible means, I'm all for it. But if it means offices that are not public uses on the ground floor, then I'm not. So I want to know exactly what flexible meant. It was said several times. I'm for flexibility, but the right kind in the right places.
Thank you very much for the question. So I'd like to offer one point of clarification to the comment and then provide some examples. So in the reference to bringing back the Area H downtown precise plan change, Area H is a very specific element and one element in the downtown precise plan. When you look at the table that says here are the allowable uses in downtown, there's 3 permitted uses: retail, personal service, and gallery. Everything else requires a use permit. Under the current code, administrative office isn't allowed on the ground floor. So if you're a restaurant, you have to go through a use permit. You can go 1 block over California, you're now in a different use area under the downtown precise plan, and you're permitted by right. So the things we're looking at as it related to that update is trying to bring more parity to things of that nature. So we allow literally across the street in the 400 block restaurants by right. Under our current code, you have to get a use permit if you're in the 300 block as a restaurant. So these are the little kinds of cleanups we're looking to do. So in that case, allowing a restaurant use in the 300, 200, 100 block as a permitted or by right use would be a proposed change. I think we've certainly heard very clear the desire not to have office on the ground floor in downtown, and that's not envisioned to change. I think when we talk about general flexibility, there are uses that are changing. While our code is very good and tries to capture a lot of the different types of business uses out there, markets are changing now, and that some of the things don't align into the buckets that we've identified. And so looking at how do we either change definitions around those uses to be more encapsulated. I use this example at the study session. I think it's very relevant. A cat cafe. You can go in, pet cats, relax, enjoy a cup of coffee. How does that fit within the definitions of uses, right? Right now, our code doesn't define that very well. So these are the these are the items we think about when we're wanting to create flexibility. And obviously having the opportunity to bring this forward for public discussion. Some of these things may not be the right fit, but trying to be more reflective of how uses are evolving, how experiential uses are becoming more prevalent. You see this happen in other communities where there is now a recreation element. Indoor mini golf is occurring throughout the nation as the hot spot, but then there's typically a dining or a drink element associated with that. how does our code contemplate that now? And would that actually be allowed in our code today? So when we talk about flexibility, it's looking at those kinds of uses, which we think create good synergies for what we have as a base. And should those be allowed, or should there be some administrative permit on top of that? That's what we mean by creating some flexibility.
Okay, great. That's a great answer. And I think it will make people with livable Mountain View happy as well. Cat cafes, mini golf, entertainment, and recreational uses, I'm all for those. And in areas like the first 3 blocks and other areas that we might designate as walkable retail. So you also have adding a citywide live ordinance that supports busking and other outdoor live entertainment complying with established decibel levels. That sounds good to me, but I just want to make sure, what would that ordinance entail? Would it be paperwork light? You're trying to make it more possible, I assume.
So right now, once again, how our code is defined, an interpretation of it is busking is not allowed.
Right.
So if we're trying to support that activity, many communities have they generally call it a live entertainment ordinance, which creates the parameters for which it is allowed, but it also allows you to enforce it if it's getting out of control. And so coming forward with proposed language that would say we would allow busking during these types of hours in these types of locations. So it's putting some parameters around that. And it may not be appropriate in all locations. Once again, being sensible to neighbors in the neighborhoods around certain commercial districts. Where should this be allowed? Where it should not be allowed. So these are the kinds of things we are looking to explore, adding to code and working through with legal and the community on what's kind of an acceptable balance to that, and being able to offer that as an offering to the business community and to the residents.
Yeah, I would like to offer that. That's one of the things that currently makes the downtown more vibrant. I want to make sure that by adding an ordinance, we're not stopping it when we're trying to enable it. And then 1A7 was about drive-ups. How do you see, where do you see drive-ups, and how do you see them interfacing with walkability? Would they be more in strip mall type areas, or how do you envision that?
So as someone that does like to travel and look at other places, I'll give a perfect example. I noticed this up in Santa Rosa over the weekend while I was up there. And there is a takeout window that is only walkable. You cannot drive a car up to it, but it is a way to serve the Door Dashers and other pickup deliveries. Instead of going into the business, they have a side window that's only accessible if you're on foot or potentially, I guess, bike, that you can go pick up that delivery, because you're really not going into that business to dine. You're literally picking it up. And it's like a takeout window, but that's where you're making that transaction. So it's not, when we say pickup windows, we're not making drive-throughs with vehicles. It's making another entrance that you're able to transact business, particularly like to-go orders.
Okay, I think I'm getting to the end of my near the end of my questions. What is alternative healthcare?
So there is a growing sector in terms of healthcare. So a lot of people receive primary care through their physicians. So whether that's going to a medical clinic, a hospital, or a medical office. In the world of commercial space, we're seeing lots of different blending where you're able to get both medical services and additional physical therapy services. And this is another area where our code may designate you have to be board certified medical doctor, and we treat you as this. But if you're doing licensed massage and these other elements, we treat you we designate you as a different use. And so we're seeing in the world of medical these different opportunities where there's a little bit of blending of a medical experience and then some type of service delivery associated with that. And these are the new models that are beginning to pop up that are becoming very popular as well.
Okay, thank you. I would like to walk to some of that. And then action 3C1 says investigate the feasibility of tax sharing that supports business investment. What are tax sharing programs?
So this happens in a few different communities depending on the level of investment. One very good example I can provide you is from a past experience from a different city I worked in. One of the obstacles was the city charged impact fees. And impact fees are paid at the very beginning of a project, even before construction. And because there's such a large upfront cost in doing so, how do you incentivize that development to move forward? So if you're a new car dealership, a new hotel, or a large restaurant, you may pay $50,000, $100,000 in impact fees before you even start construction. So under a prior employer, we had an impact fee financing program, which is really, it was an example of an IOU to the city. And really the city takes a lien against property while they start to pay back that fee. You can also do that from a tax perspective. So if they're generating sales tax, you can say, because of your investment, we can grant you back some increment of sales tax back on that. So you're not using it as a location incentive, it's offsetting the investment in infrastructure. So there are various programs like that that can be used to help bridge the gap if a business is needing to make an investment. And you can either do that by leaning on equipment or against equipment, or creating these contractual arrangements if they're going to be generating tax or other types of revenue streams into the city.
Okay, thank you. You know, I have one last one that I didn't know whether I wanted to say as a statement or a question. I feel like if I ask it as a question, I might put you on the spot. So you don't have to answer if you don't want to. This is that I think we've all been looking at the changes in some of our major employers caused by AI and kind of that increased competition. And just over the past week or two, there were continuing layoffs with some of the bigger tech employers. And then over the past week, our major employer announced that they're going to be focusing growth not in Silicon Valley, but overseas and elsewhere in the US. To me, that it makes me rethink some of the things in the, and this is kind of right as you were typing up the last words on the economic vitality strategy. So I wouldn't think the reaction to the most recent developments would be in this strategy. But I'm wondering if you've thought about that at all and how it might affect the strategy.
It's a very good question. I think we are trying to, there are aspects of it within the strategy, maybe not as overt. One of the big elements is the idea of retention and also being more engaged with those, with different businesses early on. So we aren't necessarily hearing about closures or reductions in the press, but we can anticipate that and work through some of that. And part of that is just being more engaged with our business community. I think one of the other things, if history's taught us anything, and I've been working in this valley long enough, I remember the dot-com bust and having to work through that. And that was a significant impact to a lot of cities within Silicon Valley. And there was a flight of talent and a flight of businesses, and we had tremendous vacancies, and cities had to address that. So you know, the economy will evolve and change, and we are in one of those cycles that it's changing. But what we have seen is Silicon Valley is resilient. So one is how to be better engaged in listening to what's happening. And that helps us inform policy going forward. And that's part of what we're trying to do with the EV strategy is both gain insights, make good, effective policy. So we as a city and a community are well positioned, but we're taking those learnings from those engagements. So once again, I'll go back to if we look at kind of past history, you know, I think we are in a cycle. So how do we start to learn from this, better position our policy making around it, create either programs or opportunities for that soft landing, and then work to grow those new nascent sectors that are burgeoning out of this. I mean, the one thing we are seeing with AI is a brand new sets of industries are popping up. And so while there may be some impacts on the negative side, oftentimes new technology results in new industry growth as well. So being well positioned to take advantage of that going forward.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. And I do think that a lot of the strategies, even though you might not have known what was coming up, a lot of the focus on retention within the strategies you have, I think, is a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I did have a lot of questions that I sent in. I was just looking, and it looks like I sent in 20. And they were mostly around what were the specific steps, like in greater detail, the actions, what steps we were going to take. And so I want to thank you for taking the time to answer all those. It was very helpful to me. I needed to know that there was more thinking done on all these things, so that was great. I do have a process question for tonight, and maybe I'll save that for when we get to the comments, unless you want me to ask it now. Like if I have tweaks to suggest, should I save those for comments, and we'll figure out how we deal with them?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
Let's go through the questions. Okay, Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one, well, it's a chunk of questions all around, something that was kind of brought up a couple of times in public comment. They were asking about the vacancy tax. So it's set at the long term, and I know we voted for that, and I accept that. So the vacancy tax would have to be voted on. So the earliest it would come would be, if we're 5 years from now, 2030, correct?
A traditional vacancy tax would require a vote of the people, and I'm a little over my skis on when the next election cycle would be, but presumably we could, this is meant to be a 10-year plan, but when certain things happen could be suggested as changes, but I don't know when the next election cycle, I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramos, if I may. So the election cycles would be 26, 28, 30, basically every other year.
So 5 years would be the 29, so the next one. The earliest we would see it on a ballot would be 2030. Is that correct?
You could see it sooner if it's something that council would direct staff to explore. The next one would be 26.
Okay. And would that be a 2/3, 55%? Would that be a majority kind of tax?
I'm not sure if we have the answers to that yet. So I'm not, it would either be a 2/3 or a 50+1. That would be something that we would need to clarify.
Oh, okay. And also, since it is something that could hit the ballot, that's also something that could be in a citizen's initiative as well, correct?
I'm not sure how a citizen's initiative would work for a vacancy tax. These are all great questions that would be explored if council would ask staff to dive into this and put it on your work plan. But that's certainly something that we can make note of and look into all the details that it would entail.
Well, I mean, I don't want to council made the decision on having it be the long-term thing, but we did get public comment, and then we got people being like, is that all we can do? I'm like, you could speak in public comment. And I didn't want that just to be the only thing that they can do. I think it's a heavy lift to do a citizens initiative. I've seen that before, but like, I don't know the actual appetite of the public, if that appetite is enough for that kind of thing. And so I wanted to get a clearer picture of like, how hard would that be for them? How easy would that be for them? How hard would it be for us? Comparatively, how easy would it be for us?
All good questions. I don't think we have the answers to that now, how hard or easy a citizens initiative would be. Certainly, I believe that it could be accomplished. I don't know all the details, though. In regards to what the city would do with the vacancy tax, to your point about how would residents feel about it, we would do a poll, likely, if this is something that the city would bring forward. So we would test the interests of our potential voting residents, similar to what we do with other taxes that we might bring forward. So all of this would certainly be on the table if that's something that the city would want to do. In terms of if there would be residents that want to bring this forward, I'm not quite sure of those details right now, but that would be something that we could look into and bring back to council.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a follow-up question for that, but it just flew out of my head, so I will come back with it maybe in a little while. Does anyone else have any questions? Oh, I know. I have one question that isn't a follow-up. One question is, in the economic vitality strategy, you talk a tremendous amount about small businesses, and I think that's really appropriate. But you also talked about working with our major employers. And you talked about having a major employer forum. And I was interested in that, a little bit about what it would, what you think would be the topics of discussion. And then the other thing I was interested in is we have a Transportation Management Association, which has most of the major employers as members. I can't remember what is actively going on with that at the moment. It seemed like before COVID it was quite active, and I'm not quite sure now. But I wondered if that was a possible forum that we already have for the conversations you were interested in.
Mayor, thank you for the question. The Transportation Management Association that you're referring to is a membership-based organization. The city is a member, and it is focused on promoting transportation alternatives. They operate a shuttle system. They do provide some additional options and services, like they do support midday mobility options for those that are not taking a car to work, but they need to get somewhere in the middle of the day. They have various other additional initiatives they are working on, like putting together a residential TDM program of services that they can offer to our residential developments that are mandated to provide transportation demand management services. So they're exploring how they can support that further. And in fact, they have a retreat coming up at the end of May that I am also going to be attending, to where they really want to re-examine where do they go from here because of the change in travel patterns, the work from home, how can they continue to be where they can put their resources and services to the greatest use. So I know they're starting to look at their future. The participants on the Transportation Management Association board, the assigned members, staffers from the companies, are their transportation people. It is their TDM providers in their companies, the ones that focus on transportation. So they wouldn't be the ones that could engage in a discussion about economic vitality strategy and what we can do for retaining the businesses where they're at that level. It would be different representatives from the businesses that would need to participate in that kind of discussion. And from there, I'll hand it off to Mr. Lang, because I know your original question was what kind of topics, what was being thought of in terms of such a forum.
Thank you. So there are a couple reasons to convene the larger firms. For one, when you think about the overall makeup, in terms of number of firms that are very large, in the overall scheme of things, it's low. So one of the follow-up questions was, what's the breakdown of large employers? And so only 3% of all the firms have more than 100 employees, right? But those 3% employ roughly 90% of all the jobs, right? So when you think about that small universe having a very large workforce, that's important and critical to know. So part of engaging those stakeholders is, one, understand kind of what the future entails for them, where are they going? And once again, we're kind of experiencing this. We're seeing changes in direction of where they're going and investments they're making. So trying to be in a better position to understand that and anticipate that. There may not be anything we can necessarily do, but at least being aware that this is coming or there's this sea change happening. Two, we get a lot of inquiries from folks about different types of partnerships and where larger firms might be able to provide introductory space. We know we have large employers that have space that is available. Can we leverage that and develop small programs around that to support some of our nascent small businesses? Being in a place to engage and have those conversations. And where can the city help convene and have those conversations? Those are the types of opportunities we want to engage with our large community members, as well as just generally understanding what they're seeing and how is that driving their decision-making that goes on in our community. And I think one of the things we're seeing coming out of COVID is a lot of the outreach and engagement that was done prior to that subsided during COVID, and we need to get back to doing those kind of, getting back to the basics, I would say, and doing that and having a little more intelligence about what's going on. So it'd be to convene the group around those particular topics.
Okay, that sounds like it would be very valuable, but at the same time, it might also, it's often difficult to get individuals to take, companies to get part and then get the right people to the table. But yes, I think that's a great idea. Okay. All right, well, I think that brings us to the end of our questions. And so now we'll move on to deliberation. So I start with a little bit by saying thank you. I wanted to thank you, the staff, and for all the work that you did, and the consultants. Clearly, this has been a major effort. I was particularly impressed with the landscaped assessment report that was at the end of the appendix 1, I think it is. Anyway, it's quite an information-packed reference. So I urge people to delve into it carefully. I also really appreciated the assistance of people in our community. There was quite a long list of folks that had taken part, 2 former mayors, the former planning director, and I think that that's a testament to kind of the quality of effort that you went to. So I wanted to make that as a comment and thank you for that. Just kind of as a start. So, and then the other couple of things I would like to say is I really loved the phrase that you've said many times as the about the downtown serving as the community's living room. That really brings to mind a picture, that I think we can all relate to. So I love that. And also a friend brought up the idea that we want to focus on providing goods, services, or experience that you can't have delivered to your front door. And that's a very different mindset than how we have done retail in the past. So I appreciated that. I also just want to say I love the idea of pop-ups, and I want, we really want to be supportive of new businesses, and but even more supportive of the existing ones to keep them to stay open. And then the other thing is, I think our I'm not seeing any other speakers, so I'm just going to keep talking until somebody else puts their, oh, okay, all right. Our permitting process, from my opinion, our permitting process should be designed to protect the public health and safety, and to get business moving as quickly as possible. So for me, public health and safety are really, that's our job. We need to do that. We can't count on anybody else to do that. And, but other than that, we want to get business moving as quickly as possible. Well, with that, my colleagues have put their lights on, and we'll start with Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I just assumed you had a lot to say, so I was just waiting for you to finish before I pushed the button. But I also want to echo my thanks. I appreciate all of the changes that were made and the additional information since the last time we saw this, especially the responses to all the questions I sent in. So thank you for that. I have a couple of wording tweaks and then some proposed changes to the priority, and that's where I have the question about how we might do that. But in terms of the couple of wording tweaks on, let's see, this is action 2B2. I would say that it's to and from downtown to North Bay Shore. And let's make it a little bit more generic. I am looking at attachment 1, and the page numbers, well, I guess I could go by that, page 40. It's action 2B2. Page 40. Except I'm not sure if the PDF numbers are the same as the printed version. Great. So instead of Google's campus, it would say North Bay Shore. And then the other little tweak is on 2D5. And I think this is just maybe a typo. It says, as recommended in the approved downtown park strategy. I think that's the parking strategy. Okay, and then I spent quite a bit of time looking at the priorities of these based upon the categories of time. And there are some that I think, from my perspective, maybe are higher priority than are indicated in this document. And I guess I'm wondering, if I proposed some to move them up in priority, I also had a couple that I thought could be moved out. But I do have more moved up than I have moved out. No surprise. And I guess I don't know how we go about potentially making those changes. I assume my colleagues have to support that, but I also want to acknowledge that could change the workload for staff. And so, I didn't think this was a question to send in because that would kind of be sharing my thoughts, which we only do at the council meetings. But I'm not sure how we go about this. Like, do we decide first if we agree with the change and then we ask staff, is that possible? Do we go through all of them and then ask staff to say, yes, we can do these, no, we can't do these others? How do we want to do this?
Well, that's a good question. There is quite a list of, there's 164 actions? So hopefully you don't want to move all 164?
Just 163. No. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Well,
some are out and some are in.
Okay, why don't you just go through your list and we will try and keep tabs on it.
Okay, so one.
And if you can, I think, like, if you can explain to us where it is in attachment 1, or
yep,
that would be helpful.
Yep.
I think many of us have that open.
It will be hard with my computer for me to page through, so if you can give me the number and sort of a quick description, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
so
of the above. You can do that.
1A4, which is on page 26 for those of you with attachment 1, and this is streamline, update current city regulations to create standards for activating ground floor windows when buildings are vacant or temporarily vacant due to construction. That's listed as midterm, and I'm kind of concerned about that. I feel like since we're trying to lessen the visuals of vacancies, that moving that up to short term would make sense to do. And do you want me to go through all of these, and then what are you going to do? Then ask folks if they agree or not?
Yeah, let's get through your list.
Okay.
And then we'll.
Okay.
We can have comments on that.
So then 1A5. And just like others have mentioned, I'm also suffering from allergies here. 1A5. This is also on page 26. Study the funding and creation of a rotating design services loan fund that would support facade changes and ADA improvements. I would also move that one up to short term from midterm. And then, I thought I had these listed in order, but I guess I don't. 1A2, which is on the same page, which is consider including in the public arts strategy utilization of public spaces, including microspaces and pocket parks, to showcase works of public art by local and regional artists. That one, as well as 1A3, which is identify business districts. Wait, sorry, I shouldn't go to that one next. Let's just do 1A2. So I was thinking that maybe that gets moved to a little bit longer term because we haven't finished the public art strategy. And I thought it would be helpful to get that done before we start doing this. And then 1A3, which is identify business districts and engage Mountain View business owners in evaluating the feasibility of creating a business improvement district in other areas. I'm just going to summarize that one. And I would move that one to midterm from short term as well. These are the two that I thought could move out. Because I'm concerned about asking our small businesses to pay into something at this point. I'd like to see a little bit more recovery. And I know in some ways that doesn't make sense because maybe paying into a BID could help with the recovery, but I'm sensitive to asking them to pay into one at this point. So I'd move that out to midterm. And then, wait a second. Yeah.
Staff, what is a BID, and does it give you eligibility for grants and things that you wouldn't otherwise have? In other words, what kind of a benefit is it, or how does it work? I mean, would the tax issue be? I'm not familiar with it. So.
We have them downtown.
Yeah.
So a business improvement district is basically businesses organizing, and this could actually be a little bit beyond businesses, but businesses organize and self-select and assess themselves. So You could assess based upon the type of business. If you're a retailer, you pay a rate. So currently in Mountain View, we have the business improvement areas, the BIAs. The BID is the newer version of the BIA.
Okay. Question answer. Thank you. Go on, Vice Mayor.
Thanks. Next one is 2A5, which is on page 38. And this is conduct a retail demand survey of residents to help inform efforts to recruit small or mid-sized businesses to the downtown core. That one really caught my eye. I thought it should be changed from midterm to short term because I do want to know what our residents and visitors want to see. That could potentially help us in terms of our activities to do recruiting and change of uses that we talked about earlier. So I thought a survey, I'd like that sooner rather than later. Okay, I was wondering, did you have a question about that, Councilmember Hicks? Or is that what you were trying to do? No. Okay. 4B1. Okay, 4B1 is on page 56. And this is identify opportunities to better support creative workers, including artists and performers, by assisting or connecting them with affordable live work space, studio spaces. That one's listed as immediate, and here's another one I thought maybe that could move out to short term. While I'm supportive of public art and the artists, I just felt like this one maybe would have, it wasn't as broad as the others. And so I was thinking if we had to push one out, I would push that one out a little bit. And then 4F2. B1, yep. And 4F2 is on page 66. And that one is inventory Mountain View's assets, progress, and innovations to assess what defines the city and distinguishes it within the region. And I thought that one was another one that I thought was pretty important as we are trying to sort of define Mountain View and maybe change the I hate to say the image, but when we're trying to market Mountain View and what we have to offer here, that it would be good to have that information sooner rather than later. So I would change that one to either immediate or short term from midterm. And on that same page, 4F4, which is strengthen a unique sense of place by supporting and leveraging arts, entertainment, and cultural assets to attract new firms, industries, residents, and visitors while supporting existing businesses and sectors. That one I would change to short term, and it's long term at the moment. Because we've talked quite a bit about activating areas, and to me, activating it with arts and entertainment and cultural assets is a way to do that. And then 5A2, which is on page 70. It says, in tandem with Strategy 3D, pursue zoning changes to ensure land availability for advanced industries and other sectors. I would change that one to short term from medium term. And the reason I'm saying that is because I think we've talked about there's emerging industries that we would like to see here in Mountain View. And so making sure we allow those uses, I think, is important. And I'd prefer to do that sooner rather than later so we don't miss an opportunity. And then 5A3 on that same page 70 is explore possible rezoning to better accommodate regionally in-demand uses, including non-hospital health offices, office space, industrial space, and wet labs. I would change that one as well to short-term, similar to the one above it for the same reason. And then 5A4, and this is the last one, which is on page 71. And this is assess the city code to identify opportunities to revise permitted uses across employment generating zoning designations. Specifically, consider allowing a broader range of uses in retail and mixed use areas. And it goes on a little bit, but that's another one where I thought I would change this one to either immediate or short term, again, because I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity or make it more challenging. Or maybe I should say to reduce the barriers for someone coming in wanting to do some of those uses that our zoning code right now doesn't allow. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all of that evaluation. I have one question for staff about 4F2, the inventory of Mountain View assets. I wonder, how is that different from the landscape assessment? I mean, they inventoried a lot of the economic value that we have in Mountain View. So how would you generally describe it as different?
So the landscape assessment was very much focused on demographics, housing information, population information, in broadly characterizing industries. What 4F2 is really getting at is a little bit more refinement on like industry clusters, just beyond kind of there's manufacturing, like what kinds of manufacturing are going on. So it's actually providing a much more detailed, deeper dive. The landscape assessment was a way to kind of ensure we were all working from a base level of data about who Mountain View is, but it didn't go deep in a lot of areas. So for this particular item, it is actually doing a much more specific and deeper dive on some of those clusters and technologies that exist and innovations that exist.
Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not planning to move anything up or down with the strategy. One of the things I really wanted to more go over was when it does not necessarily come back for another adoption, but like when we get the updates on how it's doing. You mentioned in our staff briefing that some, for example, Goal 5, the measurements of success were, there are more measures of success that we can see that we are tracking to assist with Goal 5, and I would love to see that or any other. My understanding is, from what our discussion was, is that there are some metrics that will be in essentially our budget. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to do it just for this. I'd be happy with just the most recent budget in relation to it, but I would love to see that also connected with any updates that we get from the EVS. I was looking at the going back to the vacancy tax, which I believe is AC 1C6. I don't plan on moving that up, but I would love the flexibility. I don't want us to be caught flat-footed if there is a citizens initiative, and it's not what we would want, and we should have more of a conversation in that. I don't know if there's enough momentum for something like that, but I want us to be ready if there is. I don't know how to even address that, but that's just a concern. I don't want us to be caught flat-footed, and then having an initiative that we don't that could be better.
City Manager McCarthy, do you have a comment?
Would you repeat that?
So we have our timeframes, and I know one of the things that, so there's the short-term, medium, intermediate, long-term. I believe the direction more exact from council is like we want to explore all the other options. It was supposed to, the vacancy tax was supposed to be a last resort kind of thing. But I don't want us to be caught flat-footed if there is a citizens initiative. So I don't know if we should look at viabilities of that before we even like take that on versus, I'm trying to figure out a better answer to the question, a better way of saying this. I want us to be ready so that we don't have to worry about having a bad vacancy tax put on the ballot measure instead of a good one, because it is so long-term comparatively.
So we already are too far down thinking about it for 2024. Okay. So it would be 2026. Mm-hmm. So what council could do, if you are interested, is explore it perhaps over the 2025-2026 timeframe for the 2026 election. Because even if there were a citizens initiative, it would likely not be till 26, I suppose, unless folks are really galvanized right now in the next like 2 months. So I would suggest that that's something that council direct, and it would be part of your work plan, much like the exploration of a revenue measure was. So that would be the direction that I would seek.
Okay, so we don't have to change anything in the EVS. We can leave that as it, and then if we see anything issues, we can adjust to it next year.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Member Abe Koga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for all the hard work on this. I had a question before I start that came up regarding BIDs. We have the ones in downtown. I was trying to remember, those used to fund the Downtown Business Association. Can you remind me where that funding is now allocated to?
So the current BIAs that are in existence today do fund the Downtown Business Association still. So the BIAs, historically, there's two BIAs. Mm-hmm. The combination of both of those generate approximately $40,000 a year in mm-hmm. funds that do go to the Downtown Business Association. When those BIAs were developed, it was specifically for marketing purposes. So okay. That's how the money has to be used. Okay. So they're constrained on how the funds can be used based upon how the BIAs were established.
Would you be able to cite an example in the last year or two of how that funding was used for marketing?
I'm reflecting on the report the Chamber provided this past September. I know they were doing activations around some of the taste events that they did in downtown. Okay. Marketing for a couple of the holidays. They did, I think, an Elf on the Shelf promotion. So the dollars go to support those kinds of activations.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't know where to begin on this. I guess my reaction is I think all of these strategies sound fine. I could go through like Vice Mayor did and try to move things around, but it can get limitless. So I'm trying not to do that. So maybe I guess I was thinking I'd just share my thoughts on broader themes. One being that, again, I think all of these strategies are fine. I do feel like there's some repetition with some of them. I'm just trying to, there's like one about a toolkit for small businesses, but then that's like, I think midterm, but there's something more immediate about, helping businesses, a small business program. So I guess, yeah, I kind of question that, and maybe if the intent is to try something now because we need it more immediately, and then flesh it out later with a more robust program, I can understand that. But I guess that would be my question: is how are these? Some of these are similar to me. What is the intent on that?
And thank you for the question. And there is a lot of interplay between a lot of these items. Many of them are designed to build upon each other. So,
okay.
So as an example, we did in partnership with the Chamber a social media toolkit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one component. So as we build out information on our website about starting a small business, we can now insert that toolkit as part of that deliverable. So these things will build upon each other, and
Okay.
they will. So you will begin to see the interplay and references when we provide updates that this action aligned with strategy 2B.4, and you'll start to see some of that interplay as we provide updates.
Okay, great. And then next comment. So some of the immediate items, and when I had my briefing, we chatted about this. I noticed there are things that we've done in the past, and I think maybe because of the pandemic and I know for a while we didn't have an economic development director, which I think was a real, hurt us quite a bit to be in hindsight. They just stopped happening. And so, I'm glad to see them on here. Some quick things, quick, immediate, easy lifts that I thought were quite effective. I was excited when we got to be mayor again in 2020 because one of my favorite activities was to do the corporate visits as mayor. And I remember doing one Kiwi company, and then that was it. And then we went into sheltering. And, it's been 4 years since the pandemic. At least, the last 2 years, we could have probably started doing them again. But that was a great way for me as a council member or mayor to see the companies that we had and the businesses out there and get that direct input of what what they needed, what they wanted to see, what we could do as a city. And two, I think that to this day, I hear from businesses who remember me, know me, especially the downtown ones, and will share their appreciation for that connection and them feeling like we cared about them. So, I don't know if the mayor's up for it this year, but something like that, really easy, should be done quickly. We started including the chamber. I know it was a little bit awkward because we didn't necessarily want the companies to feel pressured to join the chamber, but I think there were some benefits in having a chamber person there with us. So that's, something to explore. But that's what I was looking for when we talk about immediate. It's really, frankly, kind of picking up on some of these things that we used to do that I think we can do quickly and resume doing again. The other thing is that, to be frank, I feel like and again, going back to like some of the things that we used to do or that look very familiar from the past, some of these things I feel like we've studied many times over. And, I just will say that I'm ready to just get going in implementation. And I don't know how much this is the final product, but rather than, trying to work on the report and making it pretty and whatnot, I think we just need to start implementing. And that's what I really want to see. So my concern with this is that, again, there's so many strategies. I just want us to be realistic. And I guess that's the question, is like, how realistic is this to do, 21 items in a year, for instance? Can we really get all of this done? And I would rather, be realistic and pick the ones that we really think we can do, and even move, some of the items from midterm. Like what I'm looking for that I see, and we've been talking about for many years are things like permit streamlining, providing information for small businesses. I hear that often. People who want to start small businesses, they need some place to go to get the information. I remember when I ran a small business, and there's really no place that you can go to get that. And then as we were, running the business, we learned, oh, we have to do this and that. And so having some kind of depository of information and being able to direct folks who are looking to start a business there, I think is something that I often hear from folks that want to be entrepreneurs. The broker visits, I remember we used to do that again, and that's something I think we should resume. I'm glad you went to the International Shopping Centers Conference. Like, that was something I remember even council members going way back when. And, I think we just, need to be out there and, hit the ground and interact and try to actively recruit businesses into Mountain View. I would also say some of these items, or the parking thing, I appreciate it being integrated into this strategy, but again, we passed a plan a couple of years back, and so I'm not sure. I'd like to request an update, but where are we with wayfinding and park? I remember we were looking at parking demand management, and recently I was approached by a company that does AI parking. Where are we on all that, and how soon are we going to start seeing those implementations? Is my question there. And then the other question, the reason why I asked about the BID and the chamber, and I guess that would be, maybe we have to have a conversation with the chamber, but what is the chamber's role? Over the last year, I've done some downtown, especially downtown merchant walks in other cities, and I've noticed the chamber takes on the role of something like the passport program or restaurant week. I don't know how it works, but there's a Peninsula Foodist, and it looks like it might be the publishing company, but these things are happening, and it's not necessarily the city that's making them happen. The chambers, other organizations are out there. So if it's a matter of connecting with them to, attract them and recruit them to do that here, I think that's fine. But I guess that's where I question, what is really the city's role versus what these, business organizations' roles are. And I know with the chamber especially, we have a relationship with them and provide the funding. So I hope that we could, call upon them. As Peter Katz said, they're ready to help. And some of these things, I think they should actually be the ones to lead, like the passport program and others. So, I could probably go on and on, but I think I'll just leave it to here. My question is this the final iteration, or will we see this again in some form?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. The intent was to request that you do adopt this tonight, but it is considered a living document, and a status report would be provided to council about once a year. And in fact, Appendix B has been set up already as a way to provide a progress update, which also gives the opportunity to make adjustments or changes to the priorities or what we're focused on as we see how things are progressing. I would also suggest that we can acknowledging there are a lot of action steps, including immediate action steps. And staff had to think long and hard about what to put in immediate, because it meant we're already working on it, some of these we're already working on, or we're confident that it is something we can work on in the next year because of the staff that would be involved in working on it in terms of their workload. And Appendix B here, which was also the format for the progress report, talks about which divisions and departments would need to be involved, which gives you a sense of who's working on it. So a lot of the immediate ones, as I recall, were more focused on our economic development team and initiatives that they are prepared to get working on right away. Having said that, in your council report, it was noted 10, there were the top 15 action items. And these were purposely selected to say, you know, sometimes we can't do it all, but when Mr. Lang put this together, and, you know, I asked, you know, what was the basis for putting this together, he was looking at what are the ones that could be the most effective. And some of these are, many of these are immediate, many of these are short term, but based upon experience in other areas, his own experience, these can be more of the heavy hitters. And you'll see even some of them are listed as mid or long term. And in these cases, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to wait 5 years to start, but the nature of it is it needs a lot of effort. We may not be able to start it right away, and it's going to take a while to implement. So one suggestion I have you could consider is look at these top 15, and can we look at through the list that you just provided in terms of things of, you know, we should be getting out now and taken care of, and are they captured somehow in the top 15 or in the immediate list?
Where is the immediate list? Is that in the staff report, or is that?
It's in the appendix.
Oh, it's also in the presentation. Thank you.
It is. It is. And the top 15 is on. Yes. There's presentation slides that show it. It's also on page 13 and 14 of the staff report.
It's on slide 14 of the presentation.
So a question on that. I appreciate the top 15. So when you have the timelines, some of them are, one's long-term, a few are mid-term, but is the intent that you will start these as soon as possible, but it'll take maybe a few more years to do the, you know, develop and track performance metrics item, for instance? These are the permitting ones especially, I'm very interested and concerned about, and again, something we've been talking for many years, and that's something I see like what the city should be doing. So are we gonna be, is that what that's meant, the top 15 are actions we're gonna start right away, but maybe they'll take longer than a year to finish?
So the top 15, as the community development director, assistant city manager outlined, was kind of the things that could be the most impactful, but may not be what is perceived as the most immediate need, but lay a good foundation and are kind of core to kind of economic development, business development, economic vitality. Some of these items do just take a long time to implement. So even if we started it today, it's going to take some time, given collaborations within the building that need to occur or with partners outside. So this was really looked at as a lens of identify the topic, not be so focused on the timeline, but like what are these things that are happening. And I would like to just take the opportunity to make one comment about and reiterate something Don had mentioned, which is on the immediate action items. A lot of these are actually already being undertaken in some fashion. We made a couple references in the memo to a couple of them that have actually effectively already been implemented. So we're done. Okay. So it was with that intention of these would be fairly straightforward lifts given the resources of our division now that we're fully staffed. Thank you very much. That, you know, we can actually move forward with these. So that was done with a deliberate intention. And then the top 15 is more of a mix of kind of these idealistic kinds of things we want to do.
And if I may add, in terms of the permitting, this is something we are working on constantly. We are continuously working to make improvements to our permitting processes. And over the last year, as you know, we've rolled out new online permitting processes. we gave emphasis when we launched the new development permit webpage that was announced last month. Priority was given to initially on that webpage to focus on single family and small business permit needs. And then we will be adding other uses in terms of their permit needs to this webpage for the quick finder and how do I do this and all of that over the next several months. But it was given a priority that small businesses permitting needs would be one of the first as part of this initial launch. So we are continuously working to improve this. Some of the things you see are take longer time. For instance, the land management system will actually also really assist with permitting over time. And we hope to start that process actually in the next year. But it is going to take time, and it could take a good 3 years to get fully implemented. So you're seeing it more in the midterm range of it being fully implemented.
Okay.
So it does in some cases we do have to start. We're starting now on some things that you might not see to fruition for a few years.
Okay, yeah, and that's one that we've talked about many years ago, and so that's why I would like that to happen more quickly. But in regards to permits, so I appreciate the permit process and streamlining and moving things along more quickly. But the other items like flexible uses, getting rid of CUPs, like what about those? Because I think those really are again things that are city specific items, and I've heard over and over the years from businesses that they would like to see changes to.
So yeah, thank you. And as was mentioned earlier, definitely one of the quick actions that we see that can be taken is revising the land use table for Area H of the downtown, which has the most restrictions. Let's say it requires use permits for restaurants and recreational and some of these other first, ground floor uses that we'd like to see more of. And so even in advance of doing the full downtown precise plan comprehensive update, staff identified that we should be ready to come back to you in the fall.
Okay, good.
To make more of these permitted uses and remove the need to have a use permit, and we are actively working on that.
That's great, thank you. My final comment is regarding, well, I think so, we've always, I think, been known to be business friendly. That's very important, and I think reputation matters a lot. So, I will say, I think these are great tools. Supporting business tools are great. We heard from like 2 or 3 people about a vacancy tax today. I would not say that's a huge groundswell. And I will say too that I think something like that signals to the business community that we're not business friendly. Taxes are not, and right now especially, there's polling being done about a revenue measure, and I'm involved in a number of revenue measure movements, and the polling is showing that people are just really tired of being taxed and feed. So I would not be looking at, after we've done some of these other strategies and evaluated where we are, and if we're still having issues, then perhaps that's a last resort. And that's why I appreciate that, we talked about it and we moved it down. But I really don't think this is a time for us to be talking about more taxes. So I would not want to pursue that at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, well, I have, okay. Ms. Cameron.
Thank you. I would appreciate, I would like to return to the Vice Mayor's comments and suggestions. And I realize there may be other council members that want to speak, but I think if we could share some staff comments on some of those suggestions, it might better inform the discussion that you're going to have, if you don't mind.
Anybody object? No, I think that's a great idea. And I would also like, along the vacancy tax issue, Mr. Lang, it seems to me in my in the briefing that you gave me on this, you mentioned activities that were happening on some of the vacant properties in downtown. Can you share that with us?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. So when you look at downtown, and I'll specifically speak about Castro Street, if you look at the number of vacancies along Castro Street, there's, my last calculation was there was 18 or 19 vacancies, of which 10 of those have active permits. They're going through some type of entitlement process or getting a permit or through a review. So part of the challenge and perception around vacancy is just because it may be empty doesn't mean there's not necessarily something occurring. And so to try and stitch all this together is, you know, where in those circumstances do we maybe activate the windows to say coming soon, ... right? So it's a way to help amplify and communicate something's coming, and there are some of these signs that exist in windows, but they're very, very tiny and in a corner. So, you know, these are the kinds of things we can maybe stitch together. So there's the perception and then a little bit of the reality. So yes, we have vacancies, but we also have people working through entitlement processes.
Well, I know I found that very encouraging, and I think your idea of big signs that say coming soon, especially if they're, you know, attractive, and I'm sure they could be made very attractive, would do a lot to cheer people up about it. Okay, so let's go back to the list that the Vice Mayor had. We'll start. Staff was going to make some comments. I have the numbers written down, and you probably do too.
Yes, and I'm going to start with a specific group of them that I'd like to talk about. And one, I want to say, I do appreciate the review that you've given with this, and obviously when it's suggested to move something from short-term to mid-term, that can be very helpful for us because we're juggling workload at all times, and trading that off with maybe moving something from mid-term to short-term can balance things out as long as we are dealing with the same staff and the same workload. And I'm going to follow Mr. Lang in a moment about the items that more directly relate to his staff. But the items I wanted to bring to your attention are the items that involved zoning changes or changes to regulations, and I will list those in just a moment. They were primarily put in midterm, which is 3 to 5 years out, because that's when we expect to be able to handle that as staff. And I say that because short term, which was the suggestion to move it up, is in the next 1 to 2 years. That's the exact same period that we have the bulk of our housing element zoning changes to get through. And zoning and code changes do take a lot of staff time and effort. When done well, not only is there a fair amount of community outreach that needs to be done, but there's a lot of consultation with the city attorney's office because it needs to be well thought out, written well to avoid unintended consequences. And then frequently some zoning changes may require CEQA review, so there can be a lot of work involved with them. So in the next 2 years, the staff that is primarily involved with zoning changes and code changes are the same staff that is doing a lot of the housing element implementation and the 2 precise plans. I wanted to mention those 2 are also happening, and they involve the same staff. So while I appreciate the desire to get some of this done sooner, and maybe pieces of this could be done through the 2 precise plans as they may relate to downtown or so on, it would be very challenging for us to try to do these kind of zoning changes sooner than the midterm. And so that does relate to action 1A.4, streamline, update current city regulations to create standards for ground floor windows when buildings are vacant or temporary vacant. It also involves 5A.2, pursue zoning changes to ensure land availability for advanced industries and other target sectors. 5A.3, possible rezoning to better accommodate regionally in-demand uses. And 5A.4, assess the city code to identify opportunities to provide permitted uses across employment-generating zoning designations. Again, that is one of the key reasons these were put in midterm, and I think one even in long term was workload. And then, Mr. Lay, I passed over to you some of the ones do you have any concerns? Because I believe they weighed more related to your staff.
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. In particular, the noted 4B1, I think moving from immediate to short term it makes sense, and obviously with a lot of the work that you just mentioned regarding some of the housing elements and housing element work, that aligns well. And then the other one, 2A5, conduct a retail demand survey of residents to help inform efforts to recruit small or mid-sized businesses. Moving that up, that is certainly something we can do and achieve within the time frame. And the regarding 4F2, inventory of Mountain View's assets, progress, and innovations to assess what defines a city and distinguishes it in the region, moving it from midterm to short term. This is something I think we can, this once again is predominantly in the Economic Development Division. That is a doable thing. The strength and unique sense of place by supporting leveraging arts, entertainment, cultural assets to attract new firms. The work that's currently undertaken or currently being discussed as a potential element in the public arts strategy that is yet to forthcome to you does touch on some of these aspects. I'm a little nervous about moving it to short term, so it's currently long term. I think we may have better sensibilities of once council has an opportunity to provide input on a public arts strategy. I don't know if short term or midterm might be a better fit, but that might be something to discuss, or maybe we can take that up as part of that conversation around a public arts strategy, and then seek to see if that needs to be repositioned at that point in time.
Well, thank you. Vice Mayor Matichak, do you have any comments?
No, I guess I'd just say, I appreciate it. I knew there were going to be constraints. It's kind of like when we try to move CIPs around. It depends on the department a lot of the time. So I knew this wasn't going to be possible to move all of these. So I appreciate the input. And I guess we can decide if we do want to direct staff to change the handful that could be changed that are mostly within the Economic Development Department. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hicks, it's finally your turn.
I want to make sure that I'm clear on the ones the different items we just discussed. I heard that 2A5, 4B1, and 4F2 were all, am I saying them too fast? Mr. Lang, these are ones I think that you addressed. 2A5, 4B1, and 4F2 were all okay to change. 4F4 might be better to talk about when we talk about the public arts strategy. Correct. That I think that the 5A4, 5A3, and 5A2 were all ones that were difficult to change. Okay. And then that leaves several that maybe I wasn't listening well, or they didn't get brought up. 1A2 regarding public art in businesses. Did you address that one?
So,
yeah, that's moving
strategy 1A2 was being suggested to move from short-term to midterm. And 1A3 moved from short-term to midterm. So
I see. So you didn't bring them up because it's easier to do them later. Okay.
And it may help, I mean, Mr. Lang, with the suggestion of moving 1A5 from midterm to short term, study funding and creation of a rotating design services loan fund, since it will be freeing up, by moving some of these to midterm, we'll be freeing up ED staff, and they could put their, move their emphasis more to 1A5. Those were some of the things we were
Okay, so now you covered all the ones that I was unsure where you were suggesting we go with them. The only one I wonder about then is, and I'm taking this from notes, not reading it out of the report, so you can tell me how wrong my notes are. 1A2, which is about showing public art in businesses, and that was said maybe do it later, but it seems like maybe something we do just like 4F4 was that 4F4? Along with talking about the public art strategy, because it seemed to tie in with that.
That does make a lot of sense. Right now, based upon 1A2 and the other one, 4F4, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's it.
Both of those. So one was looking to be from long term to short term, and 1A2 is going from short term to midterm. Midterm is kind of the middle point for both of those. And maybe that would be the best place to be today, and when the art strategy is discussed with council and that feedback's given in terms of showing the different potential recommendations that could come out of an art strategy, there could be some realignment or readjustment associated with that.
Okay, that sounds good to me, because I wouldn't want putting art in public place. I wouldn't want to put that off too long. I think that's one of the things we need. But I think I understand now your comments and suggestions on the vice mayor's reordering. So my comments are it was great to hear Councilmember Abakoga say what was done in the past, because I also am bringing that back. I also found, for this, I found a lot of really kind of new stuff, and the new action items, at least they were new to me. People can tell me they've seen them in the past. But the new action items are things that I've wanted. I think they're kind of current suggestions for making public places thrive, and for acknowledging that, our downtown used to have a blacksmith shop and a department store, but, some of the things that were there in the past are no longer current, and that currently places like that thrive with arts, entertainment, placemaking, small businesses, the things you brought, food trucks, et cetera. Maybe we don't need food trucks downtown, but so I was glad to see those things suffused throughout the various goals. One of the things that I thought was that, given the rapid changes recently in AI and with our business, some of our larger employers, the situation changing a lot and becoming much more competitive, that the items under goal number 3 might be one which might pertain more to retention and diversification. I think we'll probably have more of a focus on that than I would have expected in years past. So I was happy to hear you say it's a living document, and because I think we're going to want to be, because the situation's so fluid, I think we're going to want to be checking in a lot. And I think I didn't fully understand in all these hundreds of pages that I read how you're checking in with us. You referenced an appendix that said how you're checking in with us. Maybe I skimmed that part. So how will you be checking in with us? And if this is a living document, how will we, continually help it to continue to evolve?
So within all the attachments, it would be attachment B, and it is a matrix that shows it's all ranked by goal and then every action under goal, strategy, and it defines the department, and that was envisioned to track the implementation items. And so we can bring that back on an annual basis to council to say, this is the status update. We've started implementing this. This is the things we've done. This is on hold for this reason. We have an opportunity to move this one up a little bit because of maybe some other work that's going on in the city. So the intent would be to bring back that matrix and use that as either an off-agenda memo or an item that council could hear and provide feedback on, but use that as a framework to come back to council to inform you as to the progress that is going on. At the same time, in terms of the measures of success, we can update that document as well and say, here are the new numbers today. Here's what's happened in the last year. Are the numbers trending up, trending down? Provide some insights as to why that may be happening, good or bad, as a way to help inform that conversation.
And do you see the measures of success as something that could also evolve over time? I have to say, when I read the measures of success, I was a little unclear on whether they were measuring what I really wanted measuring, but I didn't have great suggestions for alternative measures.
So I think with any performance measure or tracking, at any point in time, things can certainly change. One of the things that, speaking more broadly, we've been asked to add additional performance measures as part of the budgetary process. So as you begin the budgetary process here as a council very soon, I think you will see in all the departments new performance measures. And so some of the things and some of the feedback we've heard is tracking more around permits. And so as a department, we have put forward some recommendations around performance measures that may get to some of these things that we've heard here. So that can certainly be incorporated, but that's something council will see and have the opportunity to discuss.
So let's see what other comments I had. I found the graphic on the decline in diversity of industries over a 10-year period kind of alarming. And I think that's something we haven't, with all the kind of the fluidity of industry right now, maybe that's something we could focus on making it more diverse. I think a lot of the action items kind of aim at that. And maybe we could, I don't know if there's a way to continue to visit that table, or if it's only updated every 10, I don't know exactly where you got that information. I don't remember.
That information is our employment data that we do get from the Employment Development Department. So that is something we receive quarterly updates on that information, and is something we can continue to update going forward.
Okay, if it's easy, yeah. I imagine it doesn't change all that rapidly. And I personally, regarding vacancy tax, would like to kind of keep an eye on it, on how it's going to, particularly downtown, and see whether we need that, whether that would be a remedy we would need by 26. let's see what else. And then I guess the vision statement, the only wording that I would change, and I'll throw it out there, I don't know if other council members would agree, but the vision statement, I liked it shorter. It says, but one of the sentences says, we aim to be a global leader that balances a flourishing economy, that balances economic growth with health and well-being of our community and environment. And we've grown dramatically over the past 20 years. I don't care I want to maintain what we have. I don't care if we continue to grow dramatically. So if it were me, I would change it to a global leader that balances a flourishing economy with the health and well-being of our community and the environment. I just don't need to constantly grow. And who knows, we may not in the future anyway. And then the last thing I'll say, you featured Boulder. I like the different places that you featured throughout the document. But I was in Boulder recently. Actually, my son is working near there now. And the three things I took away from visiting Pearl Street is, one is that the way they do parking, they have time-limited parking in all the neighborhood residential all around it. That's how you find parking. You park in front of somebody's house for 3 hours, but the person can park there for much longer. And they didn't have to build any parking garages. It would work with the new state laws. I just think that's a solution that we need to look at more. They have all ground floor retail, no offices, and they really have a focus on not just rapidly filling vacancies, but on quality. And so that's quality and art and windows. And so those are my takeaways from being there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to staff for preparing what I think will be an essential and very powerful living document over the next 5 to 10 years. I'm very excited to see the work plan that's proposed, and even more excited to see it implemented. I have a lot to say, and I'm a little disorganized, so I'm going to do my best to remain coherent. So I think the most important element to me that has come up multiple times from comments made by other members of the council is accountability and ensuring that we are making good progress in implementing the action items. I know it's highly likely that we will end up having to reprioritize based on things that we don't know will occur to the city, right? So things that we can't reasonably anticipate. And that's okay as long as we provide the council and the community regular check-ins so you can help us understand why maybe something is delayed a little bit longer than we would like. Or it could be that a future council may elect to elevate an item that had been previously lower priority and something that might otherwise have been implemented at a later date. So the regular check-in process that I think may serve as a good model is the general plan action plan, which is placed as a consent item that the council reviews every year. That's what I would like to recommend because for the most part, especially in the early years, I don't think there will be a meaningful need to discuss the work that you're doing. We'll do the best we can to implement the plan with the constraints and resource limitations that exist. If something goes sideways, or if the council decides, that we need to really rethink our priorities, every year there's an opportunity to pull it from consent and make the case. So I think the general plan action plan has shown or has proven to be a good way to monitor some key action items that the council adopted over 10 years ago. And I think this economic vitality strategy similarly could be monitored in a substantially similar capacity. And if there is staff capacity available, you could also take it to advisory bodies or council subcommittees as appropriate. I really appreciated many of the remarks that you made, Councilmember Abekoga, about prioritizing some of the things that we've been hearing about forever. And as I was thinking about what you were sharing, it reminded me of a challenge that I've seen in my day job, where members of the council or the mayor will get very frustrated and have sometimes uncomfortable exchanges with staff. Why can't you do this faster and better? And what I've learned over the years is the primary reason is the direction that the council is giving is bad, right? What does it mean to do something faster and better? What is it that we actually want to change to improve the process or to make it easier to do business in the community? And I think this gives us a good starting point for staff to discern what it is that we actually want to do to improve the business climate in Mountain View. So I think I'm going to make a motion. I wrote down what I thought I heard everybody say. I'm going to do my best to incorporate that direction. I think the way I view this document is it provides it's good bones, right? As we heard about the downtown, it provides a very concrete and robust way of improving the business environment in Mountain View. I'm reluctant to deviate too far from the staff recommendations because they are well thought out and do take into consideration the resource limitations and staff capacity that we have available. And I think honestly, most of the work that will come out of it, even in the immediate and short term, will have some will provide some tremendous value to the community. Some other quick comments before I make the motion. One of the things that I've been frustrated with is how hard it is to carve out time and capacity to do regular code cleanups. I really like it used to be annual zoning code amendments because that's the way we respond to changes in market dynamic or, implement state law or whatever the case may be. And there was a period of time where we barely touched the zoning code. And I think this can provide a vehicle for more routine evaluation, taking into consideration what we are hearing from constituents and from the business community. And while sort of the next step from that, even where we have been successful in modernizing or updating the zoning code, we struggle even more so to do the same for precise plans. And that's really concerned to me. So I really appreciate the initiative that staff is taking. Thank you, Don, for bringing back the downtown precise plan area H, looking at the land use table to appreciate that. It may have made sense, in the 80s. It doesn't make sense today. A provisional use permit or conditional use permit is a non-trivial impediment to doing business, especially for something that you can do if you went across the street fairly easily. So those are the kinds of things this is why I appreciated many of the recommendations that you were making, Vice Mayor. That speaks to, it responds directly to many of the concerns that we're hearing from folks who are trying to start a business. I was reflecting, listening to the comments about something a neighbor had shared with me, passed away in 2020. He said, Lucas, I can fix any car built before some certain date, 1993 or something. And the reason he could fix any car before that date is because they were all essentially the same. And then something changed, state law or whatever, right? Cars became much more complex and he was no longer capable of fixing them. And I feel like that analogy or metaphor or whatever works pretty well in this case, where it used to be a lot easier to do stuff. And things became hard not because we want to make it hard to do business, but because we have higher expectations, right? We're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or whatever. A lot of the regulations put in place are well-intentioned and have a purpose. But when you don't have time or capacity to audit those regulations, they just build and build and things become harder and harder to a point where, it might take a couple of years to secure a permit. And so I think that metaphor was in my head this entire conversation, right? Let's start thinking about our own regulations, which I think are well-intentioned but are hard, right? It requires a degree of sophistication that many people just don't have. And so they either have to spend a ton of money to figure it out or do business somewhere else where it's a little bit easier. So all that to say, I'm very excited about the work that we're doing. I'm going to move the staff recommendation with the following amendments. So please keep track of this. So first, we will amend 2B2 to remove the explicit reference to Google's campus and make it a more general destination of North Bayshore. 2D5, correct the typographical error that the Vice Mayor identified, and I think generally I'm presuming that staff will retain the authority to clean up language and maybe even consolidate action items as we learn more about our ability to implement them. And then based on the recommendations made by the Vice Mayor, postpone 1A3, 1A2, and 4B1 to give staff a little bit more space and capacity to potentially elevate some of the other items. And the way, I think probably the fairest language would be to direct staff to assess the feasibility of moving up the other items that the Vice Mayor brought up, 1A4, 1A5, 2A5, 4F2, 4F4, 5A2, 5A3, and 5A4. The staff may determine we realistically cannot elevate those, and that's okay. At least you have some sense of the priorities from the council. And if you can move something up, or I think Assistant City Manager Cameron, you were suggesting maybe do some of these piecemeal through other, leveraging other work items, great. That would be ideal. But basically, you have the discretion to let us know whether something realistically can be done faster or whether the staff recommended timeline makes sense. And then I think I heard from Councilmember Hicks in the vision statement, replace economic growth with flourishing economy. Please correct me if I missed that. And then to at least explore or consider adding a new metric or measure of success related to the diversification of industry, leveraging the existing graphic that Councilmember Hicks had referenced. And then I will add that a progress report should be brought to the council annually on the consent calendar beginning April 2025. And using the appendix that you referenced, I think it was Appendix B. So I believe that concludes the motion. A couple of other things. There was a mention of alternative healthcare. I trust your judgment, but I'll share a quick story. Several years ago, not too far from where I live, somebody, some business owner created this like cryogenic freezing healthcare thing. And a couple of folks reached out to me saying they had used it just because they were curious and were pretty severely injured. And so I reported it as a potential code violation, and the staff were very quick and shut it down. Thank you very much. But I don't consider that healthcare. So I hope that we have some very clear definition of alternative healthcare, so we're not permitting really crazy things. People like crazy stuff and abuse their bodies, so and I don't really want to facilitate that through the zoning code. I would be interested. There was an action item related to the development of new metrics. I don't remember which one it was, Vice Mayor. I think you may have actually referenced that one. It's one of the 15 key or essential items. That's really important. I appreciate Councilmember Hicks' statement about making sure that we have the right set of measures of success or metrics, because we don't want to accidentally incentivize bad behavior, right? We don't want to say this is the right metric, and then what we discover 2 or 3 years down the road is that metric actually results in sort of a misplaced priority. So I think part of the progress report may include a discussion about, are these the right metrics? So, you know, I would love to see, for instance, I'm not part, this is not part of the motion, but metrics around things like how many rounds of review are there, right? When somebody submits an application, how many resubmittals are required? Those are not things that we need to stipulate today, but, you know, it would be helpful to know. If, you know, are people getting their applications deemed complete right away, or do you need 3 or 4 submittals? And then why? Or the time it takes to secure a permit, right? I think we have that for small businesses, and that's great, but I think these are things that have sort of an impact beyond what I thought was a fairly narrowly scoped metric. I would also be interested if staff thinks this is quantifiable and useful, understanding the percentage of restaurants that are chains, especially in areas where we're trying to create you know, destination points like downtown, like San Antonio. That might be interesting to know. If 90% of the restaurants, I think Councilmember Hicks, you taught me a chain has more than 11 outlets, if memory serves. I think that's the metric San Francisco uses, something along those lines. I don't really care what the number is, but I think it's a useful thing to think about. It's not part of the motion, but staff can let us know if that's useful. And finally, and then we could all go home. I'm comfortable with the vacancy tax where it is in the set of priorities. I'm not ideologically opposed to it. What I've heard from Commissioner Bill Cranston, who has a business in San Francisco, is that actually has been helpful in encouraging, in certain cases, property owners to, you know, fill vacant space. But, you know, going back to that earlier analogy, before we penalize folks, let's see if there are things we could do to make it easier to fill vacant spaces. I don't think it's 100% our fault, but, you know, sometimes we can be our own worst enemy. And I think, you know, doing our due diligence, implementing the action plans, the action items here could result in, you know, material impact or result in a material change in how easy it is to fill a vacant space. And we might find, you know, we end up with very few vacancies as a consequence. And I know some vacancies are actually good, right? You don't want 0% vacancy. You want some, you know, reasonable, healthy target. So a vacancy tax, I think, could have value in certain cases, but let's really do our due diligence first. I think that was everything I wanted to say, and the motion is made.
Well, thank you very much for that. And for that motion, Councilmember Ramirez, and we also have a second, Councilmember Hicks. So that's great. So then we can go to discussion. I have a couple of questions that I want to make sure are included in the staff recommendation. Namely, I think it's really important that the definition of ground floor retail is updated as soon as possible. And I understand that you're expecting that will be done fairly quickly as part of that it's not an action item in here, but that it will be done fairly quickly as part of the downtown precise plan update. Is that correct?
So we do have an existing definition of ground floor retail in the downtown precise plan. What we are looking to do is within that vertical of ground floor, say if it's a restaurant use in a ground floor, change it, or what we're contemplating is changing it from a provisional use permit to a permitted. So the way the table is written is ground floor, and that's already defined. So that's not something we need to define. It's what are the uses within that ground floor.
Right. So is the plan to do that right away?
So this is what we are contemplating for just specifically Area H in the fall. So the greater updates will occur in the downtown precise plan as part of the bigger update. We're focused on the pedestrian mall section and having that align more consistently with how we treat some of these uses in other precise plans.
I think that's great. I just want to make sure it's on the docket as quickly as possible, because I think it's crucial for, we have so many restaurants and so much business for restaurants in our downtown, and making the process to get them opened is as reasonable as possible and as easy as possible is in everybody's best interest. So I just wanted to check on that. Okay. So what other discussion do people, I don't see any lights right now. Councilmember Hicks.
I just wanted to clarify that 2 of the items that we're moving around, which I believe they are 1A2 regarding showing public art in businesses, and 4F4, that the way you've heard the motion that we will talk about them during the public art strategy and possibly throw that into the mix for where they end up. Okay. Oh, and the other comment I wanted to make is, in addition to an annual report, I would also like to see this frequently, descriptively in council connection. If there's anything descriptive to report, not just in the spreadsheet regarding progress.
Council member, if I may, I'm having eyes with this camera here. We're trying to include these sort of updates in the downtown digest.
Oh, okay,
So
that's good.
The items that at least relate to downtown will go in that version. Any of the other things that may be related to just economic vitality in general, we will try and include in council connection as we go.
Okay, so my point is, good point, and I will read both of those, but my point is that I'd like ongoing descriptions of any major news. Thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. The Vice Mayor kindly asked me, or I guess I should ask, do I need to specifically call out the corporate visits, or is that included in the immediate action items? The mayor's corporate visits, or it could be council members, so it doesn't have to be just the mayor.
We don't specifically label it as mayor visits, or we don't use the terminology corporate visits, but it is engaging employers, so we can certainly extend that as part of the going back to the corporate, but we don't specifically call it out as a mayoral visit or a corporate visit in the older definition, but it is an immediate implementation item.
I'm just going to add that then as a friendly amendment to reinstate the mayor's corporate visits program. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thanks. In 2019, when I was doing corporate visits, instead of going to just one corporation, I went with the chamber as well as somebody from economic development, and we went to an area, and I think we did 4, like Castro or Moffett Boulevard, and we visited a bunch of businesses. And as Councilmember Abekoga mentioned, some of those business owners still keep in contact with me. And some of them wrote thank you notes because they said in all their years of being in Mountain View, they had never had a visit by anybody from the city, and they were absolutely shocked. And I feel like it helped me really get a better appreciation for some of the issues they were facing, some of the successes they were having, and also just the different businesses we have here that maybe people don't know about. It was a lot of fun, actually, to do that. So I think corporate visits can take different forms. And that one I found incredibly rewarding. Thanks.
I would also add in that when I had mayor visits in 2016, they were just a delight. I was fascinated to learn about the real work that people did. I had no idea the breadth of the activities of some of these, of some of the companies, and it was just. It was fascinating, and they have kept, several of them have kept in touch. So it's a great program if we can get it going again. Okay, so I think that, Vice Mayor Magic, are you done? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, good. Okay, so I think that we are ready to vote. And I'm delighted to announce that that passed unanimously. So thank you, staff, very much for all of your hard work. And thank you, colleagues, for all of the great discussion and homework that we did on this. This was a hefty packet to read. There was a lot of meat to it. We really appreciate your efforts. Okay, so let me find my agenda flow, but basically I think that brings us to committee reports, which is item 8. So who would like to make a committee report? Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to report out that I went to the Cal City Summit in Sacramento last week. Mountain View enjoys a very good reputation of being part of the solution to many of the problems in our state. So it was great. Got to meet with a number of state legislators and other counterparts in other cities. So thank you.
Councilmember Abby Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a number of events. One, you'll probably report on it too, and Councilmember Hicks, we had our Sustainability Committee meeting where we discussed our GHG emissions inventory, but also as a follow-up from our council meeting, next steps on the suspension of the all-electric building requirements. And then I attended the City Association board meeting where we had a robust presentation on the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority upcoming regional housing bond measure. I also participated in the BOFA committee and voted to support moving the measure language forward. It actually it has to go through a number of committees. That comes tomorrow to our MTC commission for a approval. So that is moving forward. Still haven't determined whether it'll be a $10 billion or $20 billion bond. They're polling right. Actually, they've done the polling. That has to be yet to be determined, but we are working through the actual language for the ballot measure. I went to, with the Vice Mayor, the Bay Area Host Committee office grand opening, which is right across the street from us at the Boston Consulting Group offices. And so the Bay HC, for short, is the committee that is in charge of hosting the NBA All-Star Game, the FIFA World Cup games, and the Super Bowl 60, all in the 2025-26 years. And yeah, I thought it was great that they chose to locate their office here, right in downtown Mountain View. So talk about economic development. I think that there'll be some opportunities to partner with them and do some great activities. And then I also have been in a lot of discussions. We'll be discussing this tomorrow at my MTC meeting, a regional transportation measure. Now, you may have been reading about it in the paper. There is some enabling legislation that's being making its way through the state legislature. And tomorrow, so a number of transit agencies have taken a position on this measure, including VTA and Caltrain, which have taken oppose unless amended measures. I won't get into all the details, but the way the measure is being written right now would actually have some real challenges. So Santa Clara County is a self-help county. We have 4 sales tax measures as it is right now that fund transit. And this regional measure, if it happens, would actually make it difficult for us to renew some of these measures because of the lifetime of the regional measure that's being proposed. So because of that, and we're a donor, we give more money in sales tax to the big pot than we actually receive. So that's been our big challenge, is we're not getting our fair share in transportation funding. And this would actually make it even worse, frankly. So we're in this we're trying to get amendments proposed or introduced on the bill, but it's in the works. Tomorrow at MTC, we're expected to take a vote on a position. I and our South Bay delegation will most likely take an oppose unless amended position. But if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. It's a little kind of complicated, but happy to talk about it. And I do expect us to be talking about this more and making sure that our county and our cities are aware of what's going on. Thank you.
All right. Well, I also have quite a few things to share. Some have been mentioned. I went last Monday. I had a meeting with the city manager with some staff from Stanford to discuss working together on future programs, primarily after the new president starts in September. But it was very interesting, and I think that there may be some, particularly some policy assistance that grows from this. The sustainability meeting was mentioned, and I just really want to thank the staff for the level of effort that they went to present options that they're working on for the replacement for our REACH codes. I was really impressed with the caliber of the work and how much thought had gone into it. On Wednesday and Thursday last week, I attended the California Community Choice Aggregation Association Conference, and it was a great opportunity to learn much more about power development in California and how CCAs are functioning and making a difference. It's really quite an amazing movement that we are part of to make, energy throughout California, and hopefully we can get other places in the country to catch on to this. Carbon neutral. So also on Wednesday, there was a council neighborhoods meeting, and I attended that along with Councilmember Ramos and Ramirez, and we were joined by, I would say, 40 or 50 members of the public easily, and many of them spoke. They are very excited about the Neighborhood Grant Program, and in fact, we've been so successful that there are several new groups that are coming forward, so that will mean we'll be having to ask for a little more money than we had expected. So that will be a recommendation coming from the committee to the City Council soon. On Thursday, I also went to a BCDC meeting, and there was a very interesting presentation on the draft California Sea Level Guidance Report for 2024. In this report, they break down likely sea level rise scenarios based on global temperature increases. And I was just blown away by how different the sea level rise implications are for, 3 degrees of Celsius of warming versus the worst case they think is probably 5 or more. And I mean, it really made me think that all of these efforts we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions are right on target. On a fun, many people were having fun on Saturday at a Arbor Day celebration that we combined for the first year. And I just wanted to say kudos to all the staff that was involved. I know there were many staff that were involved. Many of them were there. And it was just it was a great day. And I got to plant a tree with the help of about, I don't know, 10 or 15 very small children who were just having a fine time. And I was too. Anyway. And then on a more personal note, I just want to share that last weekend, my husband and I attended Tiger Style at TheaterWorks, and it still has another weekend to go. And it was both funny and thought-provoking. So I would, if you haven't gone and you have time to go, I would urge you to give it a try. So with that, we can move on to item 10. Adjournment. Tonight, oh no, we have a closed session report, sorry. So that's item 9. City Attorney Logue, do we have a closed session report?
Actually, there is no closed session report this evening.
All right, so we'll move on to item 10, adjournment. And tonight, we are adjourning the meeting in honor of 2 individuals who recently passed away and who have provided special service to our city organization and our community. Former Mayor Chuck Gordon and Robin Duggan, wife of former city manager Kevin Duggan. Our thoughts are with their families during this difficult time. They both really made important contributions to our community over time, and they will be sorely missed. So with that, the next City Council meeting will be held on May 14th, 2024, and this meeting is adjourned at 10:39. Thanks, everyone.